Perez,
Here.
Paul Hill,
Here.
Nicole Cloutier here, Nancy Fahey. Here. Mike Rubsum, not present. Moving on to citizen comment period. Ethics Commission welcomes comments from the citizens early in the agenda. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting. Speakers will be provided an opportunity to speak on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, but you must observe a 3-minute time limit. The first person that we have registered that we'll call forward is Howard Connell.
Can I call later on? I'm trying to catch that breath.
Okay, no problem. Moving on to Betty Conley.
Hi, my name is Betty Conley, and I live here at 87 Eagle Creek in Cal, Texas. I know you all have a tough job. I would not want to be up there at this time. I just needed to get something off my heart about truth and honesty, that we all need to pray God to make sure our hearts have that. Truth and honesty are often used interchangeable, but they must remain separate at some times. Truth is defined as the property, as a statement of being in accord with a fact or reality. Its root comes from the Old English word for fidelity. Webster defines honesty as fairness, straightforwardness of conduct. There's no doubt that truth and honesty go hand in hand, but they may not mutually be exclusive. You could have truthful information by the way you choose to convey this truth, or facts determine your honesty. Truth can be used to manipulate or sway your audience without honest intentions, such as saying a color is red when it's really maroon. It's still the truth, it's a red. Under a code of ethics, you adhere to the highest standard of accuracy and truth in advancing the interests of those you represent and communicating with the public. It goes beyond calling for truth by demanding honesty. From honesty comes trust. It is not enough to allow truth because of all your information and messages can be manipulated through that truth. More value is set by actions, character, person, and honesty and trust. So I'm hoping and praying that God is with y'all in your decisions.
Thank you. All right, the next person that we have registered to speak is Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight I come before you to ask you to carefully reconsider some of the edits made to the complaint hearing rules of procedure that you're about to finalize. When a complainant comes before you to present and discuss their case, I ask you increase the current amount of time for the opening statement to 20 minutes in order to provide sufficient time to be able to present their case, since they have the burden of proof before the Commission. That would not mean that the complainant is required to use his or her full 20 minutes, but it would be available to them should they need to take that time to lay their foundation in their case. Also, you said you would take out the room courtroom from these rules, yet that word is still repeatedly throughout this document in the version that I saw, which was not redlined, it was yellow highlighted, but it was part of this agenda. Please remove every reference to this word so as not to intimidate any resident wanting to file an ethics complaint. Once amended, these rules would also be checked, should also have been checked for typos. There's typos in there, so look that over too. While the rules of procedure have been whittled down from 13 pages to 10, which by the way, it is a good start, 10 pages is both unnecessary and outlandish. This is not a criminal court. These 10 pages are in addition to what's already in place in the charter. Also in the rules of procedure on page 4A, I tried to look, but look at 4A, the yellow highlighted portion. It's very confusing because it's A, B, it's confusing. But anyway, the highlighted portion says questioning by commission and or ethics compliance officer. Why should the ethics compliance officer question witnesses? This is an overreach. The commissioners are fully capable of questioning witnesses. I would also ask the commission to carefully consider the meaning of preponderance of evidence. This does not mean beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the highest standard of proof requiring evidence that leaves no room for reasonable doubt of guilt. Preponderance of evidence means evidence presented that demonstrates a fact is more likely than not to be true. The evidence must tip the scales of proof in proof of favor of one side, 51%, making it more probable than not. Additionally, when considering privileged information, as discussed at the previous meeting, you need to remember that nothing is privileged if it's illegal. I also want to speak about an appalling situation I discovered when looking at the Ethics Commission portion of the city's website. Sarah Kerr, the Ethics Compliance Officer, known as the ECO, has within the last month dismissed 4 ethics complaints filed by residents, citing her authority as the ECO pursuant to a portion of the Ethics Code. Her letter stated the following. Her letters say, "I am exercising my authority as Ethics Compliance Officer pursuant to Ethics Code Section 2275B6 to dismiss your complaint as legally insufficient. The reasons for the dismissal are stated below." She has no authority to dismiss complaints. I looked through the Ethics Code. It states she'll issue advisory opinions and recommend acceptance or rejection of complaints. The portion she's using as the authority to dismiss her complaint actually reads, "Review complaints for legal sufficiency."
right,
She recommended you dismiss a member
Time's up.
Zuniga's complaint. The commission chose to review the complaint, and here we are. It's an overreach. Please listen, and please reinstate the other 4 complaints and review those yourselves and make the determination yourselves. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your work. I know it's hard.
Thank you. All right. Howard Connell, are you ready now?
While this is going down, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your work. Is this working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just so everybody knows, I handed out my handout here to all the members on the committee. I only have 3 minutes, so I got to get to it, but this is about a complaint I filed against J.D. Sanford about the KBAD flyer that he put out. Now, let me get this on the record. March 30th, 2025. We, the members of the Kyle Butte Area Democrats, are compelled to strongly express our disapproval of the recent actions of Kyle City Councilman Michael Zuniga that demonstrates that he has deceptively claimed to support the core values of the Democratic Party. It is utterly unacceptable that the Councilman Zuniga has publicly presented himself as a Democrat while having the audacity to vote for Donald Trump in the 2024 presidential election. This decision is appalling to those of us who fiercely uphold our party's principles and inclusivity, equality, justice, and the rule of law. Voting for a candidate whose policies and inflammatory rhetoric directly contradict the Democratic Party's core value while purporting to be a Democrat is a blatant betrayal of the trust to Kyle voters and fellow party members. Furthermore, the decision reveals Councilman Zuniga's previous pledge to the Kyle Butte Area Democrats to follow or to be a fellow Democrat as nothing more than crepe events to deceive and gain membership. We firmly assert the leadership must embody the fundamental ideals of our party. Councilman Zuniga, recent support of Donald Trump has raised significant concerns about his commitment to these principles while at the same time pretending to support them. Therefore, we find it essential to censor Councilman Zuniga. And my narrative reads, on March 30th, 2025, I submitted an ethics complaint against Mr. J.D. Sanford. At the time, he was and is still an active member of the Ethics Committee and president of the local political organization, Kyle Butte Area Democrats. As president of KBAD, J.D. lashed out at councilman member Michael Zuniga for his political party affiliation inconsistent with DJ's party preference. This attack was done by JD via the internet posting of a now infamous KBAD flyer. The flyer, entered into the record tonight, is a vicious attack on Mr. Zuniga's character. Mr. Michael Zuniga is a complainant in an ongoing ethics complaint pending before this Ethics Commission. What was the expected results in circulating such a vile document? It appears to have been premeditated personal attack with malice, attacking Mr. Zuniga's character because of his political difference with Mr. Sanford. What could be any justification for the committee to allow Mr. Sanford to remain on the ethics panel for the duration of the pending case Zuniga versus Mitchell? I had previously filed an ethics complaint against Mr. Sanford for this action, as stated above. However,
Mr. Connell, your time is up. Been 3 minutes.
can I have this entered into the minutes?
Not sure if that's allowed. Sure, we can enter that.
We have a records retention policy of keeping it on file for 2 years.
Okay,
That's our normal process.
okay, so that's entered into the minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Do you have a form?
I do.
We can't, you just have the form, just this.
These are copies for the entire commission.
We can't-
And the city secretary.
We can't take complaints that way. I have to go through the official channels.
She refuses to forward them as per her job. And that is part
I'm
of
following the procedure that I have to follow, and they have to go through the proper channel.
on the record then. Part of a problem here in Ohio.
So we call Courtney Goza to speak.
My name is Courtney Goza. I've submitted several ethics complaints, all of which have been dismissed or rejected outright, despite having a sworn statement, never making it to the committee as required by our ordinance. So I'm passing these out to you tonight because your ECO is not doing her job. I'm also here tonight because this Ethics Commission is about to walk into a hearing with a loaded deck. And unless we correct course immediately, the outcome of this hearing, no matter what it is, will be legally compromised and ethically indefensible. Let's be clear. The Ethics Compliance Officer, who is not a judge, not a commissioner, and not authorized to set procedural rules, has already told the parties in tonight's hearing, to follow a set of unapproved, non-binding hearing rules. The rules they were told to follow were subsequently edited and have not been adopted by the commission. Some directly conflict with the Kyle Code of Ethics. These rules limit witnesses, restrict documents, silence objections, and give unilateral authority to the ECO to decide what the commission can or can't hear. That's a blatant overstep. And it directly contradicts Section 2-277 and 2-276 of the Ethics Code, which place the full responsibility for hearing procedures and rulings squarely with the commission, not with an attorney who serves as an advisor. Allowing complainants and respondents to question each other is a direct violation of the ordinance. Worse, the parties were told in advance to build their case around these rules. That means critical evidence may have been left out, witnesses may have been dropped, the hearing is already tainted before it starts. If this commission moves forward tonight while pretending those unauthorized rules are legitimate, you'll be violating the Code of Ethics, the very thing you were appointed to uphold. This is not a technicality that's grounds for a challenge, a rehearing, or a lawsuit. So here's what really needs to happen. We need to reject the ECO's unauthorized hearing rules as not valid or controlling. The commission needs to allow the parties to present all relevant evidence and witnesses without arbitrary limits. And the hearing must follow the rules that actually have the force of law, the ones which are in our ordinance. This hearing and this commission's credibility are on the line tonight. If you go forward using tainted procedures, you accept a process that was cooked up by an appointed attorney who doesn't choose to comply with our ordinance. Then you're not conducting a fair hearing, you're staging a performance. And if that happens, the public will know.
Thank you. Okay. The next person for public comment is Miguel Zuniga.
Thank you, members of the commission, for the time. My name is Miguel Zuniga. I'm City Council member. I've been looking at the policies and the reviews of this format. I'm prepared to do it. I think I've over-prepared, but I will not be able to do this case effectively for the community and all public citizens to hear it and to be able to concisely understand all the details. As you are aware, it's taken almost 2 months for you to decide. So for me to wrap it up in 10 minutes and 10 minutes at closing, it's not doable. I've worked on it, I've refined it, I'm ready and I'm prepared as I can be. But I'm gonna ask this commission for flexibility in those times. And if we don't have that type of commitment, then I'm prepared to just delay this case until y'all fix the time constraints. I will not open up this discussion into the case until I'm assured that I can effectively work in the parameters of that time. I'm also going to ask that respectfully, there are no interventions, there are no interruptions, so that you are able to understand the evidence and come up to your conclusion. There's going to be some chain reactions that you probably are not aware of in the case. So you have to understand where we're going with these violations. So, and I also don't want any errors or any wrong things said. So I need to be as comfortable as I can in discussing it to people who have not seen or heard what you have. Okay, this is not a trial, and it's somewhat of a hearing, but it's the best that we have to be transparent for this city. And that's what I'm asking for. I'm also asking that having the preponderance of evidence to prove, I reserve 5 minutes to do the closing. I think that that's appropriate. I brought the case, I brought the evidence, I started the investigation, I know the case, so I should be able to formally close it. And when this is over, work with everybody, of course. So I love this city. It's not easy to step up here and challenge colleagues. Sometimes you have to be on different sides of the table. Okay, so respectfully, when we get into the pre-hearing, please consider that, because I'll speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to have a public comment? Since there are no others, I will move on and close public comment. Moving on to item number 3, to consider possible action. Item 1 under 3 is to consider any edits to the rules of procedure as amended. The original hearing rules of procedure were prepared by ECO Ethics Compliance Officer Sarah Kerr, and as you all know, we had a hearing on it, public hearing. We talked about it. We went through all the rules one by one. So I feel like, we've crafted this. Has everybody's gotten a copy of it? Has everyone had a chance to review? Is there any further discussion on the hearing rules that we have? Yes.
I think that because many points were brought up by the citizens, I think we need to take another look at it. Take what they say to heart and go back, since it is a beginning of having hearings, because we've never had those with the Ethics Committee, that it would be wise to do that. And as Mr. Zuniga said, or Councilman Zuniga said, to present a case, it can't be culled down to like 10 minutes. I mean, it might be longer. So, I mean, we have to be more fluid with the rules, I think.
I just want to clarify, the case is not 10 minutes, opening statement is 10 minutes, each witness can be questioned for 15 minutes, and closing statement is 10 minutes, and that's not including cross-examinations.
Right, and I would, comment that opening statements, closing statements are not evidence. Those are just them, summarizing their case. It's not the evidence that's being presented. The evidence that's being presented is the witnesses. So, any other thoughts on it? So, do we want to take this to a vote on accepting them as they are? Or do we want to have further discussion? We'll need a motion.
Citizen need to comment, get to comment?
We're past public comment.
No, on the item, on the agenda item.
We're past public comment. Public comment has been
I thought citizens
closed.
get to speak on the agenda item beyond public, beyond the.
of the hearing, yes.
Before the start of the hearing, not once the hearing started. Public comment is closed.
May I approach?
I don't know if that's allowed.
For what?
I won't do the case because of the time. You said it's not a 10-minute case, but you're averaging the total amount of closing, opening. This case is not that simple to do in 10 minutes, so I prefer not to do this case.
We haven't
It's
made a
not
decision
10
yet.
minutes. You have a 10-minute opening statement. You get to question each witness for 15 minutes. You get to cross-examine their witnesses, which is 15 minutes. So that's potentially, please sit back down. Please sit back down. This is not time for public comment. I'm just telling you about procedural rules.
You're intervening in
I'm
a
not
case that I have
intervening,
to
Miguel.
make.
Do not start with me.
I've already
do
talked
not
to you
start.
about this.
Yeah, we did talk
Councilman
about it.
Zuniga, we haven't even decided on whether or not we're going to accept these rules. Do we have a motion to accept these rules as they are?
They've got two sets of rules.
I'll make a motion to approve the rules as written.
Do we have a second? If we have no motion and if we have no second, then I believe we need to consider changing the rules. And what would y'all like to see changed?
I'm sorry, I'm still just going through and making sure that the red lines line up with my memory of what we
Right.
talked about last time. So that's why I haven't said anything yet, just because I want to make sure that the red lines line up with what I remember from last time.
Madam Chair, can we just go over the red line items so we're all clear and on the changes and we agree with those changes?
Okay. All right, the first red line that we have is under 2, catch-all. So we asked that it be changed to, rather than relying on the Texas Rules of Evidence, that the Kyle Ethics Code would apply and be controlling in the absence of any guidance on any particular procedure matter that the Ethics Code does not answer. And then we would have a vote of the majority of the commission if the item, to make it clear that the item is not covered, then it would go to a vote. So Kyle Ethics Code's number 1, and then if there's no controlling procedure on that, then it would go to a vote of the majority of the commission.
I
Is that
agree with
what we remember?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to red line number 2. So we decided that the conduct prohibited in the courtroom, which we decided to change from courtroom, and I believe that's been changed after the first one was uploaded. We just thought it was a little redundant to put all of these things about use of tobacco and chewing gum and all of that. I think that the rules for the room itself can be controlling in this for the most part. Especially since we have it said that no catcalling and things like that are going to be allowed, or they would be removed. Is that what y'all remember?
I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Any disagreement? All right. Moving on to order of proceedings, we decided that trial sounded a little intimidating, and this is a hearing, not a trial, so we had that changed. And that's throughout the document, so I won't necessarily go specifically on each one. No less than 5 days, the complainant and respondent shall disclose with one another and the ethics compliance officer the following information. I actually think we may have said no less than 10 business days. Or was that on another one?
My memory was saying 5 days to make it align with the reality
Okay,
of at that
'cause
time.
of this, and
that
then-
meeting was 5 days prior
Right,
to
we did
today's date.
discuss possibly doing 10, but then we decided the 5, so that and then we could possibly change it in future hearings. All right. So we just corrected some typos there. And then on request, the complainant or respondent can request more documents or more witnesses, and the commission would determine if they approve on the day of the hearing before the start of the proceedings, if either party wanted to present more than what was allowed. I think that's what we all agreed on? All right. Motions in limine, they needed to be submitted more than, no less than 24 hours before the hearing, to the ECO and to the other party. Everybody good with that?
Yes.
All right. On opening, we decided that we would allow either the party or their legal representative, if they chose to have an attorney, do their opening for them. Correct? And then we did not change the 10 minutes. We left that as it was. And we just changed witness called to the stand. We just said called to provide testimony. We wanted to make it a little less intimidating sounding. We changed on order procedure, rather than direct examination and cross-examination, which can be confusing with legalese terms, just questioning of a witness. So that's just terminology. Okay, and we all agreed that the commission or ethics compliance officers would be permitted to ask questions. Is anybody in disagreement?
No, and I did want to comment that in the Ethics Code 2-277A, it does mention questioning of witnesses being conducted by the Ethics Commission or the Ethics Compliance Officer, so that's where that language came from.
Okay. Yeah, we did pull up and we were trying to track the ethics code, and we were trying to be careful not to go against anything that was there. So, and then we changed rebuttal to follow-up to make it a little easier to understand. So as far as, I think that's everything under order of procedure. Moving on to evidence presented. We thought that was way too much legalese and very intimidating for the average person. So we struck most of it and just said that the person who presents evidence must establish its authenticity either through a witness with firsthand knowledge or other means such as an affidavit or certification, subject to the commission's acceptance by a majority vote. So we just thought that kind of condensed it and made it more like layman's terms. Everybody agree?
Yes.
We didn't make any changes to closing statements.
Madam Chair, I would ask, I know that we've been talking about closing statements. Right now, those are 5 minutes. I know there had been some discussion about having those being 10 minutes as well. So I would, I guess, ask at this time to change the 5 minutes to 10 minutes for closing statements.
I second it.
All right. All those in favor of changing to 10 minutes, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. So we'll change that to 10 minutes. All right. So we just changed the wording from executive session to closed session, just so that we can, have a chance to discuss things before we make a final decision. And then we did say that we would have the opportunity to explain our decision if we chose to. We might just give our decision and move on, but we may give you some more insight into why we made that decision. And we'll leave that up to each commissioner. All right, so this is where the 10 business days was.
I'm sorry, Chair,
Go
one
ahead.
clarification. The standards and the code do require us to produce a written disposition after this,
Correct.
and that'll come at a later meeting, I believe.
Right. And that's the next part we get to, is the written disposition. So once we make our decision, the decision will be binding, but then we are required by the ethics code to then provide a written disposition that has findings of facts and conclusions of law. And we decided that 10 business days sounded like a reasonable time, because, the parties would already have our decision. It's just having it in writing. So that was the only change there. Moving on to method of testimony. We just thought, it's hard enough for an attorney to understand leading questions and to avoid it. So we decided to just strike all of that. And, we'll discuss, let the questions go, in a fluid motion. And then, but if anything comes up that doesn't comply, hearsay being a big thing, firsthand knowledge of something, then we would have the opportunity to object, and then we would have a vote on that. And that the parties as well would be able to object, as well as the ethics compliance officer. So as far as impeachment, it was very complicated. So we just wanted to make sure that we struck a little bit of it just to kind of make it clear that if a party questions a witness about a prior inconsistent statement, they have to give information to allow the person that they're questioning and confronting with this inconsistent statement, the knowledge of knowing what, when, where, what that inconsistent statement was, just to be fair. So that's basically what all of that said. It just makes it a little bit easier to understand. We made no changes to documents. Obviously, we're going to allow duplicates as long as they're authenticated. Evidence needs to be relevant. So moving on to special limitations, character evidence. So if somebody is accused of conduct involving moral turpitude, they can offer evidence to rebut that accusation. Anybody have any objections or disagreements with any of that? So as far as privilege, okay, so under privilege, discussions made at a lawfully called city council meeting, we thought that during closed session, there are other times where there might be executive session, like in ethics commission, the things that are said in executive session or in closed session of any kind of meeting held in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, those are privileged, and so that we wanted to protect that in this hearing. Any disagreements with that?
No.
Hearsay. Again, hearsay is, it's difficult for the layman to understand. It's difficult for an attorney to understand sometimes. So we just try to make it a little more normal language, not lawyerese. So we said a statement that a declarant makes outside of the current hearing. So like, is like something somebody else says, you can't say what somebody else says in a hearing, that they said it somewhere else. So the commission shall not consider hearsay unless it finds the nature of the information is reliable and useful. So the commission itself does have the opportunity to accept some hearsay information if we believe that it could be reliable and useful. So it gave us a little bit more leniency in hearing more evidence. Do we have any disagreements on anything so
No.
far? All right. So we struck all of the exceptions because, again, it's just difficult for lay people to understand. And because of the fact that we felt like, you know, that when we put in the part about the commission can consider the nature of the information as reliable and useful, we felt like that covered a lot of the exceptions to hearsay. So, authentication, we left the same. Documents have to be, they must meet authentication and identification requirements that are listed. So is there any disagreement to anything else there?
My comments before is that this just needs to be a guideline, and it's coming down as it's an edict. And we can't have that when we're dealing with the public. We can't. And I think there needs to be guidelines, and we need to be very lenient, because this is important. Oh, I'm sorry. This is important to both parties as well as to the citizens. And I think if we hold it as, you know, set in stone, I don't think this is going to work. And I don't think it's fair to the public to do that. We had four people, I think, mention something about the possible illegality of this. We need to look into that. We need to make sure that what we're doing is correct. And I'm not sure how to do that. I don't know if the council votes on these rules. I know most of this is controlled under the charter, but we keep talking about code and I mean, we just need to know what we're doing before we do it. Yeah.
I could just interject to say that 2-2771, the Ethics Code, under hearings, states Ethics Commission may establish time limits and other rules related to the participation of any person in the hearing. So
I understand that.
I'm just saying that should be sufficient authority for the commission to adopt these rules if they so desire.
I think we need to be lenient, and it needs to be evident to the public that it's a lenient guideline to be followed. It's not set in stone. It puts people off. And I know that you're a litigator, and I'm not, but still, I think there needs to be some kind of leeway, like not set in stone of the 10-minute closing or opening or 5 minutes for, you know, each witness, because already there are already five witnesses, I think, for the mayor. And what if he had a few more? I mean, you know, we can't, it just needs to be very lenient.
I think we discussed at the last meeting that the commission understands that these are pro se's and that these are a lot of rules, so that, yes, leniency will be granted, knowing that they're a bit complicated. As long as we continue to act in the interest of fairness and not show bias towards one party or the other. That's the main concern about being lenient with rules, too lenient.
And we did put in the rules that on request, they could request more,
But it
the
wasn't-
option of having more witnesses or documents.
But Councilman Zuna read this. He's an intelligent man, he's well-learned, and he believed that that was the 10 minutes. And if it's not, we need to say very clearly that it's not, that there is some leeway, that we can, it's like, it's fluid. We can't be that harsh. I mean,
We could add a section, let's see, what's the Roman numeral of our last section? We could just add like a catch-all statement or something. So 5, it looks like is our last one, so section 6, these rules are meant to be as a guideline for future hearings, and if a party or a member of the commission requests, they can be changed by a majority vote of the commission, given the facts and circumstances of the case, or of the matter before the commission.
Okay.
Adding something like that, which, I think we know that we have that authority, but if we add just like that kind of caveat to the rules that says, these are a guideline, they can be changed, under our authority under 2-2771, that may communicate that better to the public, and that may make everybody feel better.
yes, I think so, if it's very clear.
Yeah, I agree with the addition of that. And
All right. Do we want to get that wording down so that we can have it on record?
Yeah, writing some proposed language real
All right.
quick.
And just understand, none of us want to make this too difficult for, an average person to do. There needs to be some kind of guidelines to it so that everybody knows, what to expect. And then also so that it doesn't go too terribly long also, because, a lot of us are, giving up on our time, giving up of time voluntarily and doing it because it's the right thing. But there needs to be some reasonableness to things as well.
Sorry, I'm almost there. Okay, and I can tweak this, of course, but what I have is, these rules are intended to act as a guide for hearings conducted by the commission. These rules may be amended as needed by the commission on its own motion or the request of a party to apply to the specific needs of the matter before the commission.
What do you think about adding during or not during a hearing? That way we make it clear that this could be a change in the hearing if we decide it's relevant for that occasion.
I can add like at any time.
Yeah, at any point.
Okay. At any time. Okay. Does anybody have any amendments or anything like that?
No, I like
I
it.
like it.
I like it. I move that we accept that addition to
I
the
second.
rules.
I s-
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries, so,
Do I need to read it again for anybody? It would just be Roman numeral 6.
at the very end.
We provide a written document to the city secretary for the minutes.
Yes, I have it written down.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay. I'll make a motion then to adopt the amended hearing rules of procedure with the 10-minute closing and the amendment added by Paul there lost my train of thought and steam on it, but I make a motion to approve the amended rules.
Thank you.
I second.
All right, I'm going to take a vote on this. J.D. Sanford,
Aye.
Casey Anderson,
Aye.
Mario Perez,
Aye.
Paul Hill,
Aye.
Nicole Cloutier, aye. Nancy Fahey?
Yes, yeah.
All right. So on that, the rules have been adopted. Moving on to section 3, line item 2.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to recuse myself from agenda item 3.2 and 3.3.
Okay. We have a couple of things that we'd like to bring up with the ethics compliance officer before we resolve our pre-hearing matters. We just need a little bit of guidance on some things, and, you know, we're gonna be open with y'all on how we get to our decision, but we just need to have some guidance for her. So we're gonna go to an executive session. So the Ethics Commission will now go into executive session to discuss items 3.2, and yes, just on 3.2. In accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071. So we are going to start with any pre-hearing matters under 3.2. I believe that Mayor Travis Mitchell has a motion in limine.
I've been saying that wrong for the last 5 days. Limine. I did not know
Limine.
that. Yes, I would like to move to submit a motion in limine pursuant to the City of Kyle Ethics Commission Rules of Procedures, Section 4 and Section 5, to exclude the testimony of witnesses Auburn Dennis and Yvonne Flores-Cale from the hearing of complaint number 250129. Lack of personal knowledge being the key factor. I can go through all of it. I think it's all been sent to y'all as well already. But in a nutshell, the testimony that would be provided by Auburn Dennis is irrelevant and based on actions that never occurred. And then the testimony of Yvonne Flores-Cale is expected to be based solely on secondhand information on public speculation about the general use of realtors in the city of Kyle, not on firsthand knowledge of the actions, discussions, or transactions concerning 103 and 105 Veterans Drive. At the time of this transaction, Ms. Flores-Cale had been off the council for more than a year since she chose not to run for re-election, and Stan ran a campaign against me for mayor. It's very important that secondhand information not be allowed to be presented at this time. And I received an email from Mr. Zuniga earlier today reiterating, he used the word firsthand, but he used the definition of hearsay. Ms. Flores-Cale did not personally observe or participate in any of the alleged conduct. Her anticipated testimony relies on statements made to her by unnamed landowners, a textbook case of inadmissible hearsay. She cannot testify as to what I said unless she directly heard it from me, which I categorically deny ever occurred.
Do you have a response?
Hello, members of the committee. I'm the complainant in this case. All the evidence I've submitted is appropriate to the Texas Rules of Evidence. It meets the criteria of relevance. You've already looked at all of the disclosures. I believe the person that Mayor Travis Mitchell referred to, Dennis Aubrey, he came at a public meeting on March 12th. He attempted to speak. He was shut down by this commission. You also requested that he be presented as one of my witnesses. So that means that you found credibility in a pattern of impropriety, which is important to the basis of this case, because if you look at the pattern of impropriety, that's going to allow you to determine what kind of sanction or weight of enforcement you're going to have to apply, because it may not be a once occurrence, it may be a compounding occurrence, as the timeline has shown. Also, Yvonne Flores-Cale spoke with Dennis Aubrey, and she provided information that she had right from him. So it's not hearsay. Also, there's evidence that was left there that I will present in my case. And she's got knowledge of a lot of the real estate transactions while serving on council, a lot of the concerns, a lot of the things that were brought up. And so that's sort of how the investigation came to light. And I would also say that this is not an actual trial per se or hearsay or hearing per se, but to meet the requirement of a probative value is a very high burden to prove. And I can offer proof for why I have met the criteria for reasonable, relevant evidence. And I can offer y'all proof. And like I said, a lot of it is based on a repeated pattern. And if we don't make this complaint, how long will that pattern continue? And that's something very important to consider here. And also, y'all have already looked at this. So y'all saw something and y'all are 7. I'm 1 person. So y'all have more eyes. I think that y'all have more decisions to make. So y'all need to hear the entire investigation from the planning, the background, and after and before. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So leaving out a credible witness, and I have the preponderance of evidence to the burden of that evidence, you are not doing a fair, transparent job serving the city first, in my view. So I also want to speak to the witnesses that he brought. I would like to impeach all of them because I don't believe that any of them have anything relevant into this case, and I believe they will all say the same thing. Mark McKinney probably is the one that I would like to speak with. The rest, I would say just impeach them. They have nothing really add to the merits of this case and
Well, you
complaint.
can do that through your,
Motion in
your
limine.
questioning
Right,
of the
this-
witness at the time.
No, you have to decide whether to admit because he
Right.
did not meet the deadline for witnesses. So we're looking at an exception here. And I'm willing to allow him to bring Mark McKinney. So he did not meet the rules. We're asking to even allow his evidence to come in. I would say to his evidence, everything that's been on agendas is not evidence to this case. If he concedes that, I concede that as well, that all my agenda items are already public. There's no reason for that paperwork. I do appreciate the mayor sending over at the last minute his disclosures that I was able to review. And that's the only part of it that's appropriate, the email parts. And thank you for sending the voting record. I want to keep the voting record as well.
As far as the motion in limine, I'm not making a decision for the commission, but what I would say is that all witnesses are going to be subject to the rules of hearsay. They will only be allowed to testify to personal knowledge. They can't talk about something they heard from somebody else. They can't talk about rumors. They can't talk about gossip. It needs to be firsthand knowledge. So that applies to all witnesses. So that's my commentary on that.
Chair, I'd like to ask a question. Is Dennis Auburn in attendance? As I believe Dennis Auburn isn't here, I'd like to make a motion to table the motion in limine on him until he arrives, and then we can figure out that then when if he comes.
All in favor of tabling the motion in limine on Dennis Auburn, say aye.
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 All opposed? So we will table that for now, and move on to Yvonne Flores Kale with the same commentary that I just said, that goes to all witnesses. It applies to all witnesses.
May I speak to that? The testimony that was just provided said that she is going to speak about what she heard from Auburn Dennis. That
And
is
we
the
have-
definition of hearsay.
You have the right to object. we have the right to object as well. So, I would expect that if a witness, any witness, starts talking about things that somebody else told them, then there would be an objection from someone, and then we would have a vote on that.
And Chair Cloutier, I just wanted to comment that we have not made any findings yet. There was a comment saying that we found findings or found believability, or I just want to make clear that today is about evidence and today is about finding out what happened or did not happen. We have not made any findings, any public statements about what we believe did or did not happen, and I don't want this hearing, even the fact that it's happening, to be seen as a comment on that.
This hearing is about transparency. So I would like to call for a vote on the motion in limine. I'm going to go one by one, and please say whether you,
I'm sorry, Chair, should we make a motion first, or is that the format we should do it through? Okay, I'll make a motion to deny the motion in limine for Yvonne Flores-Kale. Denial mean she can be a witness moving forward.
I second.
and then I'll go one by one. JD, do you?
Aye.
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 So Yvonne Flores-Kale will be allowed to testify. And then moving on to whether or not to allow the witnesses that, the disclosures that Mayor Travis Mitchell submitted late. I think we made it quite clear in our rules that we just adopted that we want to be flexible. We want to allow everybody a chance to kind of, you know, present their case, defend, whatever they need to do. So, you know, that's my comment on that. So, do we have a motion to either allow or disallow his witnesses?
Chair, I will move to allow Mr. Mitchell to call his witnesses that were disclosed to the commission before today.
I second.
Take a vote on it. JD?
Aye.
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So Mayor Travis Mitchell will be allowed to present his witnesses. So with that, I believe we will start with the hearing. And we'll start with Mr. Zuniga presenting his opening statement.
Dear members of the committee and ethics attorney, thank you for your time and service. My name is Dr. Miguel A. Zuniga, and City of Kyle Council Member D3. I'm the complainant in this case and will be representing myself in my official capacity as having a duty to report an ethics violation according to Code Section 281 to address violations of provisions in Sections 271 through 275 by the respondent that is sitting here today. I would also like to state that for the record, I'm not an attorney. Our ethics code is the spirit of professional conduct. It provides the framework to ensure we trust the decisions of our city leaders. The code entrusts us citizens with the sworn duty to hold everyone accountable regardless of position or title. This case presented today is going to challenge whether that is truly consistent or a false premise. In this case today, you will hear key evidence, testimony, exhibits, and facts surrounding a sequence of events that occurred from November 2024 to February 2025. When an elected official used his influence and position to provide an unfair advantage to a close associate and previous client with a contract for a real estate purchase, a contract that placed the taxpayers at a clear disadvantage to Code 2172. This is the background. On November 7th, Mayor Travis Mitchell directed Realtor Mr. Chris Torrey, after a lengthy discussion and intention to purchase real estate at 105 Veterans, Code 2172. Evidence admitted and sworn statements will describe the mayor's immediate action, official action, to contact Mr. Torrey, knowing he could provide a private interest advantage for an agent of whom he was a prior client. At first, you might wonder, what's the big deal? But when you look deeper into the evidence, you will see the key proprietary information was shared between the mayor and Mr. Torrey to motivate the seller. For example, that an easement for right-of-way with survey would be required, possibly a roundabout would be planned. That information would not have been known by Mr. Torrey, but would be shared by someone with knowledge of city matters. Evidence submitted will show this information was known ahead of time and created a conflict of interest and private advantage for a realtor to motivate the landowner to sell. Code 2174. This is the planning. Mr. Torrey did as was instructed by Mayor Mitchell and then emailed the city manager, Mr. Langley, on December 13th, stating the landowner was interested in selling. Mr. Torrey then asked if the city would be interested in this acquisition. City Manager Langley responded broadly that he could think of some uses for it and asked any idea of the price. No follow-up email was provided, but by the time we discussed it on January 3rd, an agenda item was prepared by Mayor Mitchell and City Manager Langley. There was a price known, and there was late evidence admitted to confirm that. Members of the committee, the facts will show this is problematic for several reasons. First, because it establishes that the city was not searching for this property and had no immediate need for this acquisition. Secondly, it demonstrates how easy this process was brought forward by Mayor Mitchell, 2172. On the other hand, this is unachievable by any community resident without a high level of scrutiny or significant assistance. Consider the following. Mr. Torrey doesn't mention how he became aware of the property, but he surprisingly includes Mayor Mitchell in the correspondence. That this action is a clue from both parties to signal the city manager Langley to bring this purchase to formal discussion. Once in formal discussion, I asked for a national firm to be used to represent the city, which City Manager Langley also recommended. However, Mayor Mitchell promptly objected and endorsed Mr. Torrey. He stated Mr. Torrey had started working on a plan with the sellers because he directly engaged the realtor to get involved. He influenced all but 2 council members when he said Mr. Torrey deserved the property deal because he is an entrepreneur and was more proactive than the other realtors in working with the city, Code 2175. Admitted into exhibits is the full timeline going back to 2021 that shows Mr. Torrey had been used long before the council was aware and describes a self-dealing process. In the timeline, you're going to find a letter of intent by 829 Group LLC with the forfeited existence. This raised my concern with communication over property matters, admitted into the evidence as well. The facts will also demonstrate that Mayor Mitchell action is a contradiction to a public vote. He and rest of council voted 7-0 to use a national firm on October 2024 to avoid any appearance of impropriety and distance council involvement in acquisitions. The evidence will describe a false sense of urgency was created by Mayor Mitchell to manipulate a majority of council. This opportunity would not be available very long, and the city needed it as soon as possible for redevelopment. This is the transition period. A lot of events are occurring right here, and you're going to find in my closing statement why I believe these events were taking place. This is the chain reaction of events. So to resolve this complaint, Mayor Mitchell offered to meet with me on January 10th to convince me that an arrangement could be made and that Mr. Torrey would not represent the city, but instead only the seller. I responded no to this matter. No matter what side of the table he's on, the issue here is that you violated a city ethics code by using your influence to assist a realtor in securing a transaction. Mayor Mitchell's response to me was that I needed to play the game and just go along with it. He stated that staff does it all the time when they rank bids for solicitation. And if I didn't believe him, just look at where a previous city manager went to work. I believe he was implying nothing wrong with reciprocal favors on some level. To this, I would like to point out that an open bid for proposals is nowhere equivalent to a benefit of a contract being unfairly provided by an elected official. It was clear to me at that moment that Mayor Mitchell didn't understand that our ethics code is a duty to our city first over positions, and that if I didn't come forward, there would be no reason to change. I want to summarize some maneuvers that were taking place. I had discussed with Mr. Langley my moral trouble with what I had heard in executive session and closed session, and I had met with them and I'd sent him an email that I was troubled with the comments. Mr. Langley said, this is not the right process, but ultimately council will make that decision. I was still very disturbed and I wanted an ethics opinion. At that time, that ethics opinion was very limited because of the information that was occurring, and the ethics attorney did not have all the right relevant information or the details. So there was a TERS meeting. During the TERS meeting, I decided I'm going to file the formal complaint. Mr. Langley and City Attorney Amy met with me in a back room, and they encouraged me to get an opinion and talk with the mayor first. They were nervous about a public hearing that could be called, as witnessed by other staff members. On January the 19th, I asked, Mayor Mitchell came around, they asked me if they would let all council knew that they were now going to make a vote or make a decision to switch Mr. Torrey to represent the seller and not the city. This was done to try to diffuse my concerns about a conflict of interest that I was making toward the ethics code. This actually worked against the public because now Mr. Torrey had information from the city that I'll get into later, and now Mr. Torrey had an obligation to his client, which is now the seller. So we've given him information that public officials would have known that he could then use with the seller. So on January 22nd, I got that opinion, but the opinion had a lot of flaws, as I will present in my closing statement. I'd also like to point out that on February 4th, while all of this was going on, there was misinformation by Assistant City Manager Amber Schmitz put into Community Impact newspaper, where I looked at it and it said, in quotation marks, the seller approached the city and not the city seeking the landowners, which I knew was incorrect based on the evidence that you've seen. The violation. On February 4th, city manager brought the final contract, asked council if we were okay, including Mayor Mitchell, if it was agreeable. I objected for all the various reasons in this complaint. I asked if we could make any public discussion about this acquisition to the closing price, and I was told no by our city attorney, Amy Reed, because we had previously voted 2 weeks prior to approve 105. And so this was only looked at as an update. For the record, I found this extremely odd, and I sent emails for open meetings clarification the next day, evidence admitted. It also needs to be noted to this commission that during this time, the discussions around 105 were very unprofessional, with a lot of verbal insults happening in closed session directed at me just for asking questions why we were doing things highly uncharacteristic to our ethics and complete opposite of full transparency. After the violation, the evidence will show that by purchasing this unbudgeted property, the taxpayers have been harmed in this situation. Harmed because no appraisals or comparables with only the seller's asking price was used for the final amount. You're going to see that in the exhibits and evidence provided. There was no documentation for this acquisition, so the fair and reasonable price was a one-way direction against the taxpayers. More harmful was that no input or planning with the residents was considered, creating a mistrust with our elected officials, and furthermore, by acquiring the property away from commercial small business, a fair amount of tax revenue was removed from the general fund. Exhibits provided will also show that when my complaint was filed, I received from Mayor Travis Mitchell numerous unpleasant text messages in February stating he would take a turn and attack me and said, "Good luck in your defense."
Time's
Exhibit
up.
C.
Time's up.
5 more minutes.
Vote.
10.
5. Let's do a vote.
Yeah, I would move that both sides be given 5 minutes, just out of
5
the
more
interest of
minutes.
fairness.
10.
15 minutes.
10. To do it right, Paul. No mistrials. 10.
Well, hang on. How is this even remotely fair? I prepared a 10-minute statement because that's what the rules were, and how do you just at the very end get to extend it while he's got more to read?
They have the power to make that decision, not you.
I have the power to speak, don't I?
Let's not start talking with each other right now, please.
I think a good solution could be, we're clearly getting into evidence in this opening statement. And I think that a good solution could be, let's go through, bringing in the witnesses and the evidence. If at the end of that, we feel like that there's still an inappropriate amount of time that's been given to analyze that evidence, we could do a longer closing statement and make it up there. Because we're moving certainly into introduction of evidence here.
Yeah.
My opinion is to give them 5 more minutes to finish it. And not truncate it and
let's take a, somebody want to move to give him 5 more minutes, or?
I believe I
move
made the motion to
Okay.
give both
Does
sides an extra
somebody
5 minutes.
Want a second?
I second.
Okay, then we can take a vote on it. JD,
No.
Casey,
I'll say aye.
I'll say no.
I'll say yes.
Yes.
So, the motion carries, you will get 5 more minutes.
Okay. It's not evidence.
And
This is-
both sides will get 5 additional minutes.
Evidence is what's presented. This is just speaking on the opening. Okay. So the attack the Mayor Mitchell promised could be inferred was part of a special council meeting called on March 18th, which raised serious questions about retaliation by leadership surrounding this complaint. I'm just going to stick to my 5 minutes. To conclusion, to the opening, members of the commission, it was the preponderance of evidence that led me to file this complaint. The overflow of properties beyond the scope of initial plans, Mayor Mitchell discussing properties with Mr. Torrey, and lack of public disclosure that raised concerns. And it will be the evidence that will carry the committee. I ask you, find the respondent in violation of our ethics ordinance and impose a penalty proportionate to each violation that you discover. Without complaint, I urge you to consider a suspension, a reprimand, a censure, fine, and restitution, and mandatory ethics training for our mayor, council, and leadership. And if needed to go beyond this jurisdiction, then you also have that capacity by the Charter and Ethics Commission. This case today will set a precedent for our city and will decide if elected officials have a special privilege to influence contracts that will benefit personal affiliations for whom they were a prior client. I encourage this commission to also rewrite into our ethics code safeguards that will not allow any elected official to have outside real estate discussions with agents or landowners that create a conflict of interest for our closed sessions. With that, I will close my opening. I'll rest my opening.
Thank you. Give us a moment to reset the timer.
All right, thank you. Chair Cloutier, I learned how to say it, members of the Ethics Commission. Thank you all for setting this hearing and for giving an opportunity for this matter to be adjudicated fairly and professionally. For the record, I want to acknowledge that I am not an attorney, so please bear with me if I make mistakes. I worked hard to prepare for today, and I take this matter seriously. I have no attorneys on retainer and have received no legal counsel regarding this proceeding prior to the hearing. My statements, testimony, exhibits, and prepared questions for the witnesses are entirely my own. At the outset of this meeting, I hope we can all agree on a few basic things. First, the public needs assurance that their elected leaders follow the ethics ordinance. And second, the public needs assurance that this Ethics Commission is a fair and just body who properly and judiciously resolves matters based on facts and legal guidance, not politics. Both duties, I believe, are sacred, yours and mine. Indeed, next month will mark my 9-year anniversary on the Kyle City Council. During that time, I've never received a complaint that resulted in a hearing before this body until January when Mr. Zuniga filed this one against me. In fact, I think you'll likely agree that Mr. Zuniga and several members in the gallery tonight have decided to test the integrity of this board by filing more complaints in the last 2 months than have been filed against all city officials in the last decade. Their behavior online and during public comments in recent months makes it clear to me that they wish to put not just their political enemies on trial, they are putting you, the Ethics Commission, on trial. I can only assume they wish to weaponize this commission as a tool to intimidate their political opponents, and I find that discouraging. I have reviewed Mr. Zuniga's complaint in detail, including the evidence he has submitted and will present today. I am confident that when this hearing concludes, you will rightly decide that I committed no violation and council made their own decisions freely. Furthermore, Mr. Zuniga argues in his complaint that my relationship with Mr. Torrey on its surface creates the appearance of conflict. But having a relationship with a community member, whether a realtor, business owner, organizational leader, or citizen, does not automatically create a conflict of interest. nor does it violate the code of ethics in any way. If it did, every elected official in this city would be routinely conflicted on items. We live in a community where relationships are unavoidable. Council members who work with people they know and vote on items that benefit people they know and believe in happen regularly. Relationships with VFW leaders become sponsored items to benefit the VFW. Relationships with neighborhood HOA board become sponsored items to benefit their own subdivision. Relationships with local business owners become advocacy for special treatment and facilitated meetings with city staff. What matters under the ethics code is not whether a relationship exists, but whether that relationship resulted in an improper action, secret deals, coercion, private gain. None of those things happened here, and Mr. Zuniga will present no evidence to the contrary. My relationship to Mr. Torrey was fully transparent, involved no financial benefit to me, and I exerted no improper influence over council's collective decision. Zero. By the end of this proceeding, and after hearing sworn testimony from the council themselves, I am fully confident this matter will bear out, namely that council, the collective council, not the mayor, made the decision to purchase these properties. And it was council, not the mayor, who chose whether to be represented by a broker in a real estate transaction. And on that point, I will underscore a fact that needs to be stated clearly for all to hear in my opening. In the end, Mr. Torrey did not represent the city in the acquisition of the two properties on Veterans Drive. Thus, council took no vote regarding Mr. Torrey. On the matter at hand, where I'm accused of unethically exerting my influence to benefit a realtor I know, the city had no broker and paid no broker. Mr. Torrey engaged the property owners directly prior to bringing the proposal to the city manager and contractually represented them in the transaction to the city. As a result, he negotiated on the seller's behalf, not the city's. This was their choice to have Mr. Torrey represent them, and I played absolutely zero role in that decision. To my knowledge, I've never even met the owners of the properties in question. Additionally, I want to make it clear that I did not prepare the council members I have called as witnesses today. They are each here to testify to one thing, whether they voted independently or because I put them up to it. What is not at stake this evening, and what should not be considered, is whether council made the right decision in the first place. As commissioners and residents, you are all entitled to have your personal opinions about whether we should purchase properties at all, whether we purchased the right properties, or whether we paid the right price. But those policy considerations are manifestly not within the scope of your charge. We are here to analyze the facts of a complaint of wrongdoing. We must also be honest about what this hearing represents. Most of the witnesses today will be current or former political figures, council members, former council members, or political adversaries. This is the nature of public service. But personal rivalries, political disagreements, and emotional arguments are not evidence. Only facts are evidence. And on this matter, the burden of proof rests solely with the complainant, Mr. Zuniga. If the evidence is lacking, if testimony is contradictory, speculative, or insufficient, then the commission must find no violation, not as a favor to me, but as a defense of fairness itself. I have spent nearly a decade serving this city. I have taken more than 5,000 votes sitting in that chair. I have served with 20 different colleagues. Together, we have built parks, roads, facilities, programs, and partnerships. We have debated, compromised, collaborated, and served, and ultimately, we have grown Kyle into a prospering city I'm proud to call home. I have not served perfectly, but I have served faithfully and ethically. I serve the city not because it enriches me financially, because it certainly does not, as my wife can attest. I do it because I want to have an impact on the town in which I'm raising my family. Kyle is my home. I want to see it prosper. And when challenges have come, as they inevitably do in public life, I have not asked for special treatment. I have asked only for fairness. Today, I ask the same of you. Apply the rules, demand real evidence, protect the integrity of the commission. I trust that at the conclusion of this hearing, you will find no violation. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your service to the people of Kyle.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to questioning of the complainant's witnesses.
Like to bring forward Yvonne Flores Kale.
And the city secretary will administer the oath.
Thank you.
State your name.
Yvonne Flores Kale.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in the case now in hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, Councilman Zuniga, you've got 15 minutes to question your witness.
Yvonne, when you served on council, I think you shared some concerns with me about what you felt might be appearance of impropriety. And you mentioned that you had spoken with a landowner. Can you, I guess, discuss that? And for the record, that
Objection.
that landowner.
Hearsay. That is
landowner-
textbook hearsay.
Landowner was requested by the committee. She has that information.
She is not that landowner. I cannot cross-examine that landowner.
It's not
That
your
is
time to
speculative
cross-examine.
hearsay. I'd like a ruling on
As
the
an
objection.
objection,
He's stating an objection. He's permitted to do that.
yes.
Yep.
Chair Cloutier, I would like to say that I support this objection. The person who we are speaking of was invited and did not appear. And I think that saying what somebody else told you and portraying that as fact is like textbook hearsay, and I'm not copying the mayor said, but what I am saying is that testifying as to what another person told you as if it's fact is not something that I believe that the commission should be considering today.
Right. If we were going to hear what that person said, that person needed to be here. She can't say what somebody else said, regardless of whether or not we wanted that person here. They're not here.
I can discuss my conversation,
You can't discuss what that person said.
but I can discuss what I said.
Okay, Paul, discuss what you said. What you-
Wait, we have to take a ruling.
Okay.
Can you reset the clock?
Pause. We're able to pause it?
I don't have the.
Yeah, thank you. JD,
So are we voting to sustain the objection or?
Yes.
voting to, yes.
Okay. Yes, I vote sustain the objection, no hearsay.
I vote the same.
I vote to sustain the objection to hearsay.
I also vote to sustain.
I say to, whatever the ethics compliance officer said, which was to, sorry, my brain's fried, to allow it. Isn't that what you said, Sarah?
No, I just said that I'm not going to interject unless I think that there's a major privilege issue.
Okay.
But if you guys want to sustain or overrule objections, that's within your discretion.
Right. And the majority is sustained, so you are not allowed to speak about what Dennis, what the other party said.
Okay, so I can just speak about what I said.
When did you discover that the city council was using a Realtor? Can you speak on that?
That would have been in 2022 or 2023, after the purchases of the downtown. I was curious about how much we paid and all the closing costs, and I requested same from interim assistant city manager Jerry Hendricks. And when I received that paper, I then realized that the city was using a Realtor.
You brought to my attention a prior client relationship. Speak to that.
Correct. After I received the information from Mr. Hendricks, I decided to do some research because that's what I do. And I did a Hayes CAD search and I did a Google search, and I realized that the same person that represented or that was the real estate agent for the city was the real estate agent for Mayor Mitchell. And then later on, I found out he was the real estate agent for the new city manager, Brian Langley.
Those are the comments that I wanted public.
Okay. Nothing else?
So you
Rest my witness.
passed your witness, all right? So, reset. And you have a chance to question the witness.
All right. I want to say Councilmember Flores Kell, because that's what I'm used to calling you. When did you get elected? What's your timeline? When did you become council member, and when did you leave?
I was elected in November of 2020, and the end of my term was November 2023.
Okay, and you said when did you get on the CAD and determine where these listings were and who brokered for who?
So that was later on. So I received the information in 2021, 2022, and then in 2023 is when I did my research.
While you were serving on the council?
It was right around election time, so I would say yes.
So if you believed that something was wrong, why did you not file a complaint until here 2 years later?
Because the
participate
first
in this?
complaint that I filed was dismissed. And I don't believe it got proper
So
credit.
is it your testimony that you filed a complaint about what you just testified to?
Actually, I did. I filed a complaint with the FBI.
You filed a complaint with the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
But not the Ethics Commission?
No, at that point, I'd already, as you know, I drafted 2 or 3 complaints, and all of them went on deaf ears.
Okay. Did you have any conversation with the city manager about your concerns?
I did.
Okay.
Well, which one?
About the representation issue. I think
Correct.
you've only represented one situation here. So you did have a conversation with him? And
With-
what was his response?
Who's him?
The city manager,
City manager who?
Langley.
Yes, I had a conversation with Brian Langley.
And what was his response?
He brushed it off like it wasn't a big deal.
Okay.
Yes, that would be hearsay. Objection for hearsay.
Okay. He's a witness. We'll ask him. I apologize.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to ask what happened. All right. I have no further questions.
Rebuttal?
Let's see, did we have rebuttal in here?
He has, we
Yes.
ask questions and then he can ask.
And then he
questions.
can ask questions. So, any of the commissioners or the ethics compliance officer has any questions for this witness?
I have a question.
Sure.
Was
Separate the
Tory the,
microphones.
am I making?
Oh, if you move your microphone over a little, it won't
There
pick
you
up the feedback.
It was mine. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yvonne, was Chris Torrey the realtor for the city when you were on council?
Correct. He was prior to being voted on, he represented the city without my knowledge. And then after I obtained that information, I actually voted against retaining him.
Okay. Is he a commercial broker?
That was part of the reason why I did not vote for him, is because he was not a commercial. At that point, the research that I conducted showed that he sold mostly homes.
Okay. Just one sec. And were you privy to the contracts with regard to the properties that the city was going to buy? I mean, did you see the price and that business?
No, no. So historically, what the council would do and what I eventually caught on was they would give the city manager full power to negotiate and close all sales, which is why I'd never seen a closing sale or the documents until after I requested them, and that was after, I think it was Papa Jack's, which is the second one that the city bought.
And were those, do you know if those properties were appraised?
The whole time I was on council, there were never any appraisals.
But they were properties bought by the city? without
Yes.
Appraisals? Okay, I think that's all.
Thank you.
I have a question. Do you know what the charter rules are as far as getting a contract with a real estate agent?
There are no rules in the charter, but I know for like special circumstances allow for the city to vote and obtain a vendor without going through the RFQ or RFP process. But in order to retain, the council does need to vote.
Okay.
And so then I guess I have a follow-up question to that. You had said that Mr. Torrey was representing the city without your knowledge. So I guess my question would be, to your knowledge, was the city manager engaging Mr. Torrey as a realtor without getting approval from council first?
That's exactly what happened. So until I asked for those closing documents, I don't know if anybody on council had any idea that Mr. Torrey was representing the city. And then after I brought that up, then a vote was taken.
Okay. All right, thank you. That clarifies the timeline for me. Thanks.
All right. I forget where we were as far as, anybody else have questions on committee? Okay.
So if you're done questioning, then Mr. Zuniga would have his rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
Ms. Flores, according to our charter, is there any role for a mayor in his position to observe correspondence of real estate transactions? Is there official capacity for him to do that?
No.
Who sets the agenda items and, as you would say from your experience, has the ability to bring into closed and open sessions? Who has the most direct communication with their city manager?
Who has the most direct? I would assume due to the agenda being created by, according to the charter, the city manager and/or mayor, I would assume it was the mayor.
And this is important to the case. There's a lot of influence in the position of a mayor, a lot of prestige, a lot of weight goes into it publicly and in office. So council members tend to follow leadership in that position.
Are you asking a question of the witness?
Are you aware of that behavior? Are you aware of that
Yes.
type of follow leadership?
Yes, and for an example, one time I had my agenda item put at the end of an agenda for 6 meetings, which is approximately, 12 weeks? So yes, I would ask to have it moved up directly to the mayor and the city manager, and it would not be brought up. And so I had to bring that to council.
To the rules of relevancy, I think I've asked all my relevancy questions to my case.
Okay, so are you passing?
I'm passing on this witness.
That's it? All right. Then you are excused. Thank you. You call your next witness?
The complainant would like to call up City Manager Langley.
Commissioners, before the questioning begins, I'd like to just make a note about not speaking on privileged matters, and that if any witness feels that they are being compelled to provide privileged testimony, they should state as such.
Thank you.
State your name for the love meeting.
Larry Brian Wingley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in the case now and hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Langley, City Manager Langley. I have a question for you. I can't ask compounding questions, so I'm going to ask you one question at a time. You were aware of my moral, I guess, dilemma with what I heard in executive session, and I had a meeting with you. And I think we both agreed that the correct process wasn't followed. And you said that another council member was also disturbed with the narrative of using a single realtor.
Are you
I'd like to
asking a
object for
question?
hearsay if we could get a
This
question.
this is a direct question. So the
You were
question
saying-
is, Mr.
You were
Lang-
telling him what he said, and you need to ask
Okay,
him what
okay.
he
Oh,
said.
sorry. Do you have recollection of that meeting? Because I have the email on it.
What is your question? Do I have a recollection of your meeting with you?
The question is, did I send you an email and you responded that the correct process was not followed?
I think, yes, that's correct.
And then, second question, we had a meeting and you said to me, another council member was also bothered. So the question is, why didn't you call a special meeting for that? To discuss a concern about the right process not being followed?
Well, I think the question that you and I had discussed was whether or not the mayor should have brought that to me for me to investigate the real estate transaction. I agreed that it would be the easiest process for any council member to come to me directly so I could negotiate those issues or look at them. That's something I tell all of you. But there was no violation. There was no request from any member to have any special meeting. It was an offhand comment.
Third question. You are in the correspondences when Mr. Torrey reached out to the city. Did you know that not all evidence or not all emails were sent over to the ethics attorney from that interaction?
I don't have any knowledge of what emails were sent. I have no knowledge of that.
It was an email when you asked about the price, and there was no follow-up email to that. But there were more discussions before the closed session meeting. So there was discussions that you were aware of regarding the real estate before that meeting. Were you aware of that?
Mr. Torrey sent me an email and indicated that the sellers of the properties 103 and 105 veterans, that they were interested in selling that property. That is the information I then communicated to the city council. That's the only knowledge I have. I'm not sure else what you're referring to.
That there were discussions ahead of council where Mr. Torrey had already started to pursue the sellers and finding out different values. That was not what was presented when we had the first closed session, is what I'm trying to make on the record.
Are you asking me to discuss what the closed session discussion was? Is that the question?
If you'd like to discuss it and make it clear.
No, I can't discuss a closed session matter unless advised by the city attorney or ethics compliance officer to do that. And the reason is because if I were to divulge that information, I myself would be committing an ethics violation.
I have a message from the Attorney General's office about privilege. You can speak about matters in closed session. as long as you are not giving away attorney-client privilege. But discussions about what occurs in closed sessions is appropriate in any investigation where you believe a violation occurred.
Commissioners, I'd like to state that the item that he's discussing was posted as a matter of attorney-client privilege, so it would fit under that category.
That's fine. I have evidence to present anyway, so no more questions from me.
I'm not clear. Did you say there's an AG opinion?
Yes.
That talks about hearsay?
Yes. No,
Privilege.
AG opinion about privilege.
Oh, privilege. Do you have the site for that?
If you'd like to hear the message, I can play the message.
No, that's okay. I was just wondering if you had the actual AG number.
It's online.
It's a published opinion. You don't have the site?
Do you want to hear the message?
Well, I'd like the site. Or but if it's still, and you said if it was attorney-client privilege, then it doesn't.
What the city manager is not referring to is that nothing is confidential at this point because it's all public records now. The transaction has been complete. There's nothing that would compromise the city's position. There's no pending dollars.
If there's attorney-client privilege, if there's discussions, then that would, according to the attorneys, and we're not, well, some of us are attorneys, but we're not able to give that opinion.
The point I'm making is that's being misused, and I have the recording if you'd like to hear that. But I am done with
Okay.
Brian's questions.
All right, we'll reset the clock and let.
All right, Mr. Langley, few things. Number one, there was a comment that was made by the previous witness from Mr. Zuniga, Ms. Flores-Kale, who talked about whether you were represented by Mr. Torrey personally. That's an item that you looked into at the time that happened, and you sought advice. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the July 2023 timeframe, I contacted the city attorney, Page Signs at the time with the Knott Law Firm, and asked for an opinion on whether or not there was a conflict of interest that I had since Mr. Torrey had represented me on the purchase of my home, and asked if there was any conflict or any disclosure that was required. I was advised by her that none existed, no conflict or any disclosure was required. There was no conflict of interest.
All right, I have here as evidence an email that he received from the city attorney that he forwarded to me. It was not provided in my disclosures, but I did bring it in the event that the comments were made as they were. It's very important, I think, to look at this email, and I'd like to have him read specifically what she said because he sought out her advice at that time. Is that okay?
I think that we ruled that they would be able to read from, if they had writings to refer back to.
Yes, I believe.
It's specifically to rebut testimony that's brought here that was not made available
Right.
to me. I just happened to think that that's what they were going to say. So I want to make sure that it's very clear what took place with regards to representation, Mr. Torrey's representation of Mr. Langley and myself, and the links that we went to make sure that we were following the ethics ordinance.
I have
I'd
no
like for him to
objection.
be able to
Yes,
read that.
so,
Right, he has no objection, so.
I have no objection.
We can go ahead with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if you'd like, you can just start with the date so that we can be clear. We're talking mid-2023. Mr. Torrey was considering representing us, the city at the time, and you wanted to make sure that you were not required you did not have a conflict, and that you wanted to make sure that about disclosure and whether disclosure was required. Is that correct? Is that why you did this? You sought out this opinion?
That's right. Did you want me to read that email?
Yes, please.
So on Friday, July 28th, 2023, I sent an email with the subject disclosure requirements. Paige, I think that I asked you this before, but I wanted to make sure I clearly understand the issue. In closed session next week, we are going to discuss possibly hiring a real estate broker to assist the city in acquiring several properties. The city has used a broker in the past by the name of Chris Torrey. Chris is a local real estate agent, but to my knowledge, the city has never ever had a contract with him in the past. The issue is that I used Chris as my real estate agent to purchase my home back in May. If the council elects to again hire Chris, I would like to know whether I have any type of conflict that needs to be disclosed. I do not have any ongoing business relationship with Chris, but I wanted to check to be sure. Also, whatever the council decides, I will require that a contract be approved by them as an open session item. We talked previously, I think you indicated that I did not have a conflict, but again, I wanted to be sure. Let me know if you have any questions or need more details. Thanks, Brian Langley.
Okay, and then on the back side, the highlighted section is her response.
Brian, I reviewed the city's ethics ordinance and state law, and in my opinion, you do not have a conflict of interest, nor does state law require a disclosure, and that there's a variety of other information that she's provided.
So you were not required to disclose that Mr. Torrey represented you in your home sale?
That's correct.
Did you choose to disclose that in executive session to the council anyway?
Yes, we've discussed it many times.
I distinctly remember it, and I think you would probably want to testify to that at this time, that even though you weren't required to disclose, you chose to do that anyway for transparency's sake. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when council made their decision to hire Chris Torrey, they did it with full knowledge that you had represented him and with full knowledge that you were allowed to continue without conflict. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I also have talked to you about the fact that Mr. Torrey represented me, and that in 2023, before this time, that I had sought out the advice of two independent, at the time, our current ethics advisor, Doug Montgomery, our ethics attorney, Doug Montgomery, and I talked to you about his commentary as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I provided the statements as well as in my disclosures and responses to the commission that 2 years before this meeting and at the same time that I also got the advice, and he said that not only was there no requirement for disclosure, but that he had conferred with the prior ethics attorney, Monty Akers, who also confirmed that there was not a conflict of interest and that disclosure was not required. Is that the memory that you have of our conversation?
That's what we discussed, yes.
Okay. Have you discussed this with the current city attorney as well?
Yes, I've discussed my real estate transaction with Mr. Torrey. Yes, I've discussed that.
Okay. All right, let's. I think we've made that clear as far as what the ethics ordinance requires, and whether or not the fact that he represented you has any bearing in this case. Let's talk about 103 and 105 Veterans Drive. At the time, when did you first become aware of those properties or interests? Did anyone talk to you about 103, 105 Veterans Drive before you were contacted by Mr. Torrey?
No, I received the email from Mr. Torrey indicating an interest to sell those properties.
So I didn't talk to you about it either?
No, sir.
All right, so when Mr. Torrey reached out to you, there's some correspondence that's included in exhibits. I included it in mine, and Miguel included it in his. It's possible he thinks it's against me, and I'm using it in my defense. But would you like to review the correspondence back and forth, or can you provide just a general flow of how that went?
I don't know what the correspondence is, so I might need to review it if you'd like me to comment on it. I'm not sure what it is.
Let me just ask you.
You're leading questions too, so.
Leading questions are permitted.
Okay.
Do you remember that I was copied on some of those emails initially?
I think so, for Mr. Torrey, yes.
Did I respond in those emails?
Not to my memory, no.
Okay. Did I call you up and talk to you on the side as you went back and forth with him prior to the meeting?
No.
Did I have any conversation with you prior to when the agenda was set and you were bringing it forward for the whichever meeting it was in December?
No.
Did Mr. Torrey give you any indication that that I was somehow involved in this real estate transaction?
No.
Okay. When you put the item on the agenda, who put the item on the agenda? What does the charter say as far as who can place an item on the agenda?
The city manager can place the items on the agenda. This was a closed session discussion that we had about property acquisition.
But does the charter also say that the mayor has the right to put things on the agenda?
Yes.
In this case?
And any council member can put an item on the regular agenda as well.
Okay. In this case, with regards to this property that you brought forward, did I ask you to do that?
No.
Did I say I wanted to put it on the agenda?
No.
Did I have any communication with you, again, about this property prior to it happening? Okay. When you started discussions with Mr. Torrey and the negotiations as they were ongoing, there was back and forth, there was talk about Realtor representing, Mr. Torrey representing the city, there was talk about Mr. Torrey representing the seller. In all of those conversations, did I talk to you about that at all?
No.
Did I influence you in any way with regards to your decisions and your communication with him as far as how this deal was going to get worked out?
No.
Oh, okay. When the final proposal came forward that said that ultimately Mr. Torrey was going to represent the seller, did I put you up to that in any way?
No.
Did any council member express any concern with you about my involvement?
Yes, I did have one conversation. There was a concern about not necessarily your involvement, but the use of Mr. Torrey.
And what was the nature of the concern?
I think the concern was that we had looked at using a national real estate firm for transactions, and instead we were potentially going to work with Mr. Torrey on this transaction. That was the question.
Okay. And do you remember the conversation and communication around that? Can you talk more? Ultimately, was it one of the people who voted no, or was it?
It was one of the council members that ultimately voted yes to acquire the property.
Okay. So do y'all have more conversations about that?
It was relatively simple, just based on those factors of, I thought we were looking at using a different firm, and I still want these properties. I think it's the right decision. That was the conversation.
When we discussed the items in executive session, and again, for me, he's already made the claim as far as what took place during executive session. I did bring it up, correct? You made a recommendation for a national firm. But what was the reason ultimately that that didn't end up taking place?
Well, the reason that we discussed on that is that Mr. Torrey had been involved in putting the deal together for the transaction. That was something that I was not aware of when we discussed that matter.
But Mr. Torrey did reach out to you with information about it
via email. He
initially.
reached out to me with a potential sale of those properties. That's correct.
Now, was your understanding of the contract that we signed for a national firm, that national firm would be exclusive even if another realtor brought a deal forward?
No, it would just be purchasing if they were using them for a brokered for purchase.
And is that seem in, well, I would ask you, because you can't speak for council, they're here, they will speak for yourself. Do you believe that that council thought that meant that because we hired a national firm to represent us when we chose, that it was no longer allowed for any real estate agent to bring a deal, and that we couldn't even consider it because we had signed exclusivity with a national firm?
I'm not aware of anyone feeling that way. I think it was something that probably wasn't contemplated necessarily when we had that contract, but I'm not aware of anyone feeling that way.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Is anyone on?
I've got a quick question. Mr. Zuniga in his opening statements talked about confidential information that he believes was given to, I guess, the broker in this case for negotiating the deal that had to do with engineering of the roads, roundabouts, things like that. Are these designs for road work confidential in the city of Kyle?
No, they're on a website.
So this is public information that he's referring to then?
I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for Councilmember Zuniga, but the road information, the alignments, the designs of those roadways are public. We have many open houses about them. They're on our website, calbonds.com, so roadbonds.com.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nancy.
You talked about using a national firm. Did you guys ever use one? I mean, did you ever use one? Or,
Yeah, so we've had a number of different conversations over the past 2 years about real estate and real estate brokerage firms, public discussions about those. Mr. Torrey was hired under a contract for several properties that were listed out publicly for what properties he was authorized to negotiate for the city. I made a separate recommendation to hire a national brokerage firm, commercial real estate firm. That motion initially failed. The council did not want to proceed with that, and some months later, we did come back, and the council wanted to have a contract to move forward with that firm. We have since made an offer on one property with that firm, but we have not consummated a sale just yet.
Actually, I did have another question that I thought of after. So, in this discussion, how would you describe the quality of Mr. Torrey's work for the city of Kyle?
Excellent. I think he's continued to deliver value for the city, which is why the council has continued to want to use him, and I've wanted to recommend him for those.
I have some questions, Mr. Langley. Thank you for being here.
First, did Nancy, did
sorry.
you have more?
Sorry, did you
Did you
more?
have more questions? Okay. Just wanted
Sorry
to,
about that.
go ahead.
How long have you been the city manager?
It'll be 2 years next month.
Okay. And when was Mr. Torrey first hired as a realtor for the city of Kyle?
The contract that the city council approved with, that I was aware of, that I worked with, was sometime in summer of 2023. I don't remember the exact date.
So a few months after you started, I guess?
Right,
Okay.
which references the conversation that I was reading about earlier.
And what are I know we've had a bit of a discussion of this, but what are the rules for hiring a realtor to represent the city of Kyle?
It's considered a professional service, so in the procurement rules that are outlined by the state of Texas, a professional service can be acquired without an RFQ or an RFP. It can be hired as a professional service, much like you would hire an attorney. You can do that as a professional service without any kind of bidding process.
And is that subject to a vote of council, or is that something that's in your discretion?
No, that's a vote of the council.
Okay. There was a comment before that you had hired Mr. Torrey to represent the city without getting the permission of council or without getting the approval. Is that true? Can you explain that a little bit?
It's absolutely not true in my case. I've never worked with Mr. Torrey without having a contract. I think the witness was talking about prior relationships, which I can't speak to.
So at every time that he's been hired while you've been city manager, it was subject to a vote at city council?
That's correct.
When Mr. Torrey approached you about 103, 105 veterans, did he represent that he was representing anybody at the time, that he was representing the buyers, or that he was interested in representing the city?
It was the seller. He had said that the sellers were interested. I don't remember the exact terms, but he was representing the sellers.
So he was already representing the sellers when he began talking with you about that?
I don't know when his representation actually commenced, but that was my understanding of the email that I'd received.
So then I guess that kind of begs the question for me is how the city was able to vote to have him represent the city on 103.5 veterans if the city already believed that he represented the sellers, if that makes sense.
I think what we're saying is he did not represent the city in the transaction.
Right.
We did
But-
not have a broker on the transaction.
Was there a vote to have him represent the city on the transaction?
No, and no
Okay.
commission from the city was paid to Mr. Torrey for that transaction. The city voted to acquire the property.
Got it. Okay, sorry. I was trying to
Right.
understand. So the
He
vote
did
was
not
to acquire the
represent us.
property,
Mr.
not
Torrey
necessarily-
represented the seller. That's correct.
Okay. And then there was also a comment about appraisals, about properties not being appraised before we buy them. And so my question is, does the city appraise them, and why or why not?
Yeah, we sometimes appraise properties in the downtown area. We think they're of limited value. because of the market that we see and the business loss that is being projected to us by the sellers when we're acquiring those properties. We've done some of those, but typically the appraised value and the actual amount that we end up negotiating for the property is very different for a variety of reasons. So in some cases, yes, we've used them. In other cases, we think they have limited value. Even when you get an appraisal, it doesn't mean that's what you get to buy the property for. If anyone's tried to sell your own property, you don't sell it for what it's appraised for, certainly not what it's appraised for on the tax roll. And so the sellers that we're encountering, they don't believe that has a lot of value either.
Okay.
So there's reasons for it and reasons sometimes not.
Okay. And then my last question was just to kind of hop on the confidential information. Is there ever a time, I guess, in the city planning process where a road is going to go or where there's going to be a roundabout or something like that, when that is confidential protected information before it's made public on a website or something like that?
There might be, but in this case, this is a road that's been discussed since 2022.
Okay.
It just doesn't apply here.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
I have a question regarding the contract with Realtor Troy. I'm sorry.
You can use mine.
Okay, thank you. Is it like a closed contract where the properties are listed? Or is it one that that the city just has a contract with Tory, and when properties come up that the city might be interested in, it just falls within that?
No, the council had many conversations about property acquisitions over the last 2 years, many open session discussions about those, contested votes of the council about how to structure that. But ultimately, what the council did is they approved a contract with Mr. Tory with specific properties that are identified with a specific fee and commission rate. Subsequent to that, they came back and amended his contract to add a couple more properties to that, but they had specific contracts and specific addresses for those properties that were attached to it. So it was not a blanket agreement for any property, it was specific ones.
And then they were amended with new ones.
Right, in public meetings, that's correct.
Do you know how many properties he's represented the city on?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all.
I have a question. Because of his relationship with the city in real estate transactions in the past, would Chris Torrey have had some kind of possibly inside knowledge of like the city's buying power and vision and desire for certain properties that would possibly give him a leg up in representing a seller in a transaction again with the city?
I don't know what that would be. When they were brought to me, I was not even sure if the city council would be interested in buying the properties. So if I did not have that knowledge, I'm not sure how Mr. Torrey could have used that in any way that's inappropriate. We're approached all the time for buying different things as a city. Sometimes we're interested and sometimes we're not. I'm not aware of any special knowledge.
All right. Any other questions? No? All right. Well,
Rebut?
yes.
So thank you.
Let's give it a chance to reset the clock.
Are we reset?
We're resetting the clock for the rebut. All right.
Yeah, Mr. Langley, I have a contract here for Mr. Torrey and some downtown properties. But 103 is not in this contract. And when you received the email, you said you could think of some uses for it. So the city didn't have any use at all for it. Would you agree?
None had been identified, but I stand by that opinion. Yes, there are some potential uses. It's right next to our parkland.
So no planning, no budgeting by the city, no discussion, no no lengthy discussions about that took place that you're aware of.
No.
You also said that you have sought an opinion, and I think we had that discussion one time. But for full transparency, even though maybe Texas law says you don't have to disclose, why wouldn't you disclose to build public trust and confidence? Because that is tax dollars being spent.
This is something that's been talked about for the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I have never denied that Mr. Torrey was my real estate agent. I sought the advice of my city attorney to ask what was the proper procedure to handle that, and have discussed it many times with you and others on the city council. It's never been hidden.
So is there an advantage or reason why you have the mayor copied in emails that other council members are not aware of on real estate matters?
I don't copy him. Those are copied by people that send me emails. I think if you're looking at the email that was sent by Mr. Torrey, he copied the mayor, not me.
Now, you said that he's done an excellent job, and on some transactions he has. But there was one in particular where we received a letter of intent from a non-existent LLC with no actual buyer for Lake Kensington, and I brought that to your attention. So you brought that, and the value on that letter of intent was discussed. Why didn't you verify that documentation before having that discussion with council on Lake Kensington, that that buyer was not existent?
I don't know what you're referring to. You'd
It's-
have to show me the documents. I don't know what you're referring to.
It's in the evidence. I will show it in the evidence.
Okay.
I also have the mayor's sworn statement that he reached out to Chris Torrey, talked to him about 103 in December, talks to him about many property prospects, and yet you said you were unaware that Mr. Torrey had any discussion with any council members. Did you know that the mayor was the one that sought out Mr. Torrey to talk to him about 103 veterans before you brought that into closed session?
Well, I don't know about objecting, but that's a gross mischaracterization of what
I have
I
your
wrote.
sworn
And-
statement.
Yes, please read that
It's
instead
gonna
of
be
what
in the
you
evidence.
just said.
It'll be in the evidence.
We'll read the statement.
Do you want me to read it right now?
Please
I
continue with
believe
the
we have a
questioning.
witness.
It's in evidence.
We have a witness before the committee.
Yeah, it's in evidence. You also have an employee-employer relationship with the mayor. Now, he's discussed that ultimately all council makes decision, and you're the one who brings it into agenda items. But you have a record of not, in this case, you made a recommendation for the national firm. I think you and I both did. And the mayor objected. And why then did you continue, I guess, go with that path of, you made the recommendation. Why did you make the, it seemed like you were unaware of any, you were not, you wanted to make the recommendation, and it was overruled. So does the mayor have more influence in these discussions than you, Mr. Langley?
I'm going to try to set the record straight on what occurred. I made that recommendation here in front of the council on the dais, recommended to the council that we use a national commercial real estate firm. The council voted against doing that and directed me to continue on with a different path. The council voted me to do that, not the mayor, the city council.
Yeah,
You
that-
voted against that resolution, but the council did direct me to do that.
Now, you're also aware that when you get an opinion, and it's kind of how you define a business-client relationship, it does not define the area where you're providing an unfair advantage to a private interest that's not available to our community members.
Your time is up.
Those are my questions. Those are enough questions.
All right. Do we give him a chance again? I don't remember. Do we give him a chance again to go? No, okay, I don't think so. All right, so you're excused.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Zuniga, if you'll go ahead and call your next witness?
Councilmember Councilmember
Okay.
Bear Heiser?
Councilman Bear Heiser.
State your name, sorry.
Oh, Bear Heiser.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in the case now in hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Wait a minute while we get the clock reset. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Heiser. You were with me in executive session, I believe, when we discussed the national firm, the mayor said that he had contacted the agent, and the agent had started talking to the sellers. Did you hear that in executive session?
Well, I will defer to the ethics attorney around privilege conversation, so whether or not I can discuss it.
Can you both approach me so we can discuss this outside of everyone else's ears?
See, mine never wants to turn off.
Mr. Heiser, before the,
Restart the timer.
before the closed session meeting on January 7th, where 103 was brought up, you and I had discussions about Mr. Torrey was going to come up. And I told you I didn't think we needed those. So the point I'm trying to make is, us council members had knowledge before that meeting that Mr. Torrey would probably be talked about. Do you remember, had that conversation with me?
Can you restate what you just said?
Are you aware that we had discussed the possibility of Mr. Torrey being discussed again in closed session for 103 Veterans Drive?
What I recall around these two properties is a phone call that you made to me in early December, telling me that you had seen a Facebook post that was speculating on as to whether or not the city was purchasing the properties on the corner of Veterans and Center Street. And you had asked me to support you in your initiative to make sure that if we were to buy those properties, that those properties would be used for retail. And I agreed, and I agreed with the statements that you made. Other than that, I have no recollection of a single conversation about Mr. Torrey in regard to these two properties.
So there was discussion about 103. That's what I needed in my case. So thank you,
Well,
before closed session. Thank you.
As far as I understand, and just listening to the timeline presented here by you, it seems like you were patient zero in terms of the acquisition of these properties, that you first brought it to my attention, who I then turned and asked the city manager as to whether or not that was true. And at the time, I was vehemently told no. And from there, I don't know what happened and what transpired, but you were the first person who had mentioned these properties to me before the dates on the emails that you had stated.
That is correct, Mr. Heiser. It was because the mayor had told me about Mr. Torrey. So, and that's why I had
Is
called
that
you.
objection hearsay?
No, that's true. We had the
I think
conversation.
but you're describing what someone else
It's just
said
in-
to you,
it's in-
so
it's in the
I
statement.
That's
make
not
an
what you
objection
told
after
me.
hearsay.
I believe if it's one of the parties, it's not
Right,
hearsay.
it's not hearsay.
Okay.
So we can't,
I
it can be
can I not
testified.
object to the fact that that didn't happen in the conversation?
You can certainly say that that's not what was said. But as far as what either Councilman Zuniga or Mayor Travis Mitchell said, that is admissible by other parties because they're
That's
parties
fine.
to the case, or witnesses.
That's what I had, Mr. Heiser. Thank you.
Okay.
Pass.
You start the timer?
Councilor Heiser, can you please remind the commission how long you've served on the city council?
I was elected in December of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Since joining the council, have you participated in discussions and votes on city land acquisitions?
Yes.
I'd like to provide an exhibit that I'm going to be providing to other council members. It's just a compilation. It's probably sort of what Ms. Fahey was asking, just some general research with regards to properties that we have purchased and/or contracts that we voted on with Mr. Torrey. There's 12 different council members that are on here because the council revolves. May I submit this to him and have him
Was-
review?
To-
It's in the disclosures.
I have no objection. I'm using it too.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you for that voting record.
You know I like to research the minutes.
Gave it to me at the
Thank
last
you.
minute.
Thank you.
All right, give you a second to get your bearings on that. Can you see what that is? So it's a record of all the votes that council has taken in open session with regards to property acquisitions that where Mr. Torrey was associated or contracts associated with him, either as the buyer's agent or the seller's agent. Can you look through here and say, does this seem correct to you in terms of the votes? I've tabulated whether someone voted yes or no or absent or recused.
I mean, as far as my participation in these votes, yes, I can attest that it's true.
Okay. Based on this chart, how many votes does it look like you've taken?
Just a minute to count.
You can just rough it. It doesn't have to be exactly precise.
13, looks like.
All right. And how many did you vote for and how many against?
I voted for all 13.
All right. So based on the fact that
I'm sorry, I was not present for 3 votes last summer when I was.
So you're absent for some of them.
Yeah.
But generally, based on the fact that you voted affirmatively on these contracts and properties multiple times during your time on council, is it safe to say that you have historically been satisfied with the work performed by Elite Realty Advisors?
I have no reason to believe otherwise, no.
Okay. Were you present during executive sessions where the properties at 103 and 105 Veterans Drive were discussed?
I was, yes.
During those discussions, did you feel free to voice your views and concerns openly?
Yes.
When it came time to vote on 103, 105 Veterans, did you support the acquisition?
Yes.
Was your vote based on your own judgment and evaluation of the opportunities presented?
Yes.
Did I at any time attempt to influence how you voted in your mind?
No.
Did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session about this item before you voted?
No.
I'm going to repeat that question. Did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session about this item before you voted?
No.
based on your experience, was the council's decision-making process on property acquisitions normal, transparent, and appropriate?
I think just characterizing the conversations, they went the same as most do, yes.
All right, no further questions.
All right, does anyone on commission have any questions?
I've got one just to get the timing on this right. So did you say that prior to the first time this was heard in executive session or discussed by council, that Councilmember Zuniga told you that he saw a Facebook post about this issue in public?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea of how that came to be, or? I guess I'm asking you to speculate, but I don't know if there's some other part of the conversation. That seems strange to me that
No, I mean, it's pretty
before it comes
simple.
to council for the first time.
You know, people say a lot of things on Facebook, and I took him very seriously when he called, because he was very animated about the usage of the property, and asked me how I would define it, carry water for him as to whether or not the city would or how the city would use the property if it were to be acquired. That was the first time I had heard of it from anybody. And as I stated before, I completely agreed with the sentiment that he shared in terms of the use of the land use. And so I did indeed carry that forward in other conversations in the future. So.
Great. All right, thank you.
Excuse me.
You have a question?
About what time did that take place? The dates for that?
What, the call?
Pardon? I'm sorry.
What is specifically the date of
When-
what?
When Zuniga told you about the Facebook post.
I think it was early December, somewhere around there.
Of what year?
2024.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. Councilman Zuniga, you want to reset the timer, give him 5 minutes? Hold on just a moment. Thank you.
Yeah, there was no Facebook post. It was conversations with residents who wanted to increase.
Question the
This
witness.
is testimony.
Sorry. There was no Facebook post, Mr. Heiser.
It's still testimony. You have to ask
I'm
questions.
rebutting him.
You don't get to rebut.
Ask me
You
a
have to ask
question.
questions.
So, no interruptions. Mr. Heiser, I had asked you if you were aware that 103 was going to come into closed session at the time regarding 103. That was the only thing that we had discussed, because I was aware from a breakfast meeting with Mayor Mitchell that he mentioned Chris Torrey to get my initial reaction. And I wanted to let you know that there was going to be another real estate transaction possibly coming into closed session.
What is your question?
I'd like to respond.
That was just the response. Mhm.
What was the date of the meeting that you had with Mayor Mitchell?
December 16th, if I check my timeline.
Can you check your timeline? Because you're introducing it as
Yeah,
evidence.
yeah,
So
it's
if you
in
want me
the
to
state-
speak to it, well, can you tell me when the date was? Because I thought you said earlier that the meeting that you had with Mayor Mitchell was in January.
There was more meetings after that.
Are these meetings that you previously stipulated in your testimony?
Yes.
Can,
No, you can't
I
question
think
me.
that
That's really all I
questioning
had
from a
for him.
witness is not.
That's
Yeah.
really all I had, Paul.
well,
You're
yes,
dismissed.
he wanted to
I'm
ask me a
resting.
question without giving me information.
No relevance at all. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Zuniga, do you have another witness?
No, I'll rest witnesses.
All right. Mayor Mitchell, you may call your first witness.
Thank you for everyone for hanging in there. I'd like to call Mark McKinney first.
Left hand here, right hand up. State your name.
Mark McKinney.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in the case now and hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember McKinney, could you please remind the commission how long you have served on the Kyle City Council?
I was elected in December of last year and have served since the beginning of January.
You drew the short straw. That's why I brought you up first, because you're the rookie. Since joining the council, have you participated in votes on city land acquisitions?
Yes, I have.
Do you see the exhibit, or did Mr. Heiser take it with him? That's okay. I have one extra.
Can you make one just for me?
Just the votes here. You can see these votes. These are a record of the votes that you've taken on projects or properties associated with Mr. Torrey.
Can we start the timer? Sorry, didn't.
I won't use it. I promise. Do you see the votes that you've taken? Does that seem accurate to you?
No, that's
to
100% accurate.
2 votes in January, and then actually two votes in March.
Yes.
So it looks to me like you voted yes on all four of those times. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Based on the fact that you voted affirmatively on these contracts and properties multiple times during your time on council, is it safe to say that you have historically been satisfied with the work of Elite Realty Advisors, at least up till this point?
I felt like on these properties, they were an asset to the city and had no complaints about how they were brought to us in any way, shape, or form.
So were you present during the executive sessions where the properties at 103 and 105 Veterans Drive were discussed?
I was present, yes.
During those discussions, did you feel free to voice your views and concerns openly?
Absolutely.
When it came time to vote on acquiring 103 and 105 Veterans, did you support the acquisition?
I did.
Was your vote based on your own judgment and evaluation of the opportunities presented?
Yes, it was.
Did I at any time pressure or attempt to influence how you voted?
No.
Did anyone else pressure or attempt to influence how you voted?
No.
Did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session about this item before you voted?
No.
Based on your experience, was the council's decision-making process on property acquisitions normal, transparent, and appropriate?
Well, these are pretty much all the ones I've been a part of, so.
How do you feel about being characterized as someone who is easily influenced by the mayor in executive session, and that your vote is subdued by the mayor?
That's a misleading question.
Nobody that knows me would believe that.
No further questions.
Right. Councilman Zuniga, would you like to question the witness? Hold on and let us reset the clock. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Just quick 3 questions, sort of yes and no as well. You have knowledge of the mayor stating or giving praise for Mr. Torrey in closed session and endorsing him on January 7th. Yes or no?
Is this privileged information?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
To the best of your knowledge, do you remember can you confirm that the mayor in closed session gave praise to Mr. Torrey and endorsed him for 103 Veterans Drive over a national firm?
I believe it's inappropriate to say in favor or derogatory about somebody that we contract with.
I can ask you this question.
I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can answer it correctly.
Right. So your comments after Mayor Mitchell endorsed Mr. Torrey were, he is a hustler and a go-getter. Do you remember saying that in closed session
I will say that I was the one that said that he was a hustler.
after Mayor Mitchell endorsed?
I don't
Torrey?
recall that part.
Okay. So I also have another, so you could say that's influenced. You also are aware that I said in executive session, I think there's a conflict of interest. I'm going to look into an ethics opinion. Do you remember me saying that? Yes
I
or
do
no?
recall that, yes.
Those are the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. I think you're credible. Thank you.
Anybody on commission?
Yeah, did you make the motion to, I don't know what you call it, to acquire the property at 103 and 105?
I was the person to make the motion, yes.
Okay.
I've got a quick question. Oh,
Did you have
sorry,
another?
Nancy, did you have
Oh,
another?
yeah. Were you
Sorry.
asked to do that, to make that motion?
I volunteered. One of us needs to be the first one to say it.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Go ahead, Judy.
So is it normal for members of city council to express, opinions, decisions of who to hire, want to hire somebody, don't want to hire somebody, to have that conversation? And for members of council and the mayor to have opinions on that, I should say.
I can only speak on my own opinions. And again, I've only been a part of a small handful of these conversations. This one in particular, if you've never worked in commission sales before, you really don't appreciate what the phrase hustle means. A lot of people go to work every single day and, they know that if they do their job, they're going to get a check on payday. If you work in commission sales, that's not a guarantee. You can work your tail off all day, all week, all month and not make a paycheck. So it was my opinion that since he'd taken the initiative and made the effort to bring the properties to the city, that it would be almost unethical at that point to strip him of the commission that he'd earned at that point.
Do you think that there's anything inappropriate in the relationship between Mayor Mitchell and the Realtor in question?
I've looked for it with, a certain level of skepticism and cynicism, and I have not seen anything firsthand that would make me believe that there's anything that is untoward there.
Thank you.
And I just have one follow-up question, just to make sure I understand, just because I feel like this is still a little fuzzy to me. The votes here on January 21st, 2025, for 103 veterans and 105 veterans that passed, were those just to buy the properties, or were those to hire Mr. Torrey to buy the properties, or what was the nature of that vote?
It's my understanding that Mr. Torrey brought the properties to the city and said, hey, is the city even interested in these properties? And then we had a discussion about, whether it would be an asset to have them or not. And then we made the decision that we would move forward in negotiations with purchasing up to an agreed upon dollar amount.
So these votes here were just to begin the process of negotiations to buy the property?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Councilmember McKinney, it's been discussed many times that I have, in executive session, advocated for removing the national firm and allowing Mr. Torrey, who brought the deal, to be a part of that transaction. But is that the full scope of what happened, or were there two properties, and actually a multitude of properties, 5 or 6 properties that were initially brought up? And one of those properties, recommendation was made for Mr. Torrey, and that was in a different part of downtown, while the 103 and 105 properties were recommended for the national firm. And then my testimony was that that was backwards because he had engaged in one property already and had nothing to do with the other. And so the recommendation was not to remove one realtor, but it was rather to switch Because did I not also say that I thought it would be also wrong to give Mr. Torrey property that he had nothing to do with? Does that sound like the conversation that I had in the executive session?
I do recall that, yes.
So, all right, no further questions.
Ben, you're excused.
I had two quick rebuts. Don't I?
It's his rebuttal.
He gets rebuttal because yes, it's his witness.
Do I get to rebut?
No.
Okay. Are we sure about that? Can I get ethics attorney?
Is that your discretion?
Is at our discretion? Do we
It's
want to
so
go ahead
if, sometimes in litigation, if there's new information that warrants it, so it depends.
I will just say that Mr. Mitchell was not given that opportunity on any of Mr. Zuniga's
I wanted to rebut
witnesses.
multiple times. Thank you
Okay.
for saying that.
And so
That's
it would
fair.
just
That
feel
is fair.
lopsided to do it
That
the
is
other
fair.
way.
Okay. All right. Hey,
Am I good?
you're excused.
All right, thank you. All right, next witness, Laura Lee Harris. She's still here. Thank you.
Left hand here, right hand up. State your name.
Laura Lee Harris.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this case, now and hearing, is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris, can you please remind the commission how long you've served on the Kyle City Council?
16 months now.
Since joining the council, have you participated in discussions and vote on city land acquisitions?
Many.
Can you take a look at that chart there, and you'll see your name going back to, looks like March of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
About how many votes does it look like that you've taken, including contracts on Mr. Torrey?
Looks like 11.
And how many for and against?
All 4, I believe.
All right, so based on the fact that you have voted affirmatively on these contracts and properties multiple times during your time on council, is it safe to say that you have historically been satisfied with the work performed by Elite Realty Advisors?
Definitely.
Were you present during executive sessions where the properties at 103 and 105 Veterans Drive were discussed?
I was.
During those discussions, did you feel free to voice your views and concerns openly?
Yes, I was.
When it came time to vote on acquiring 103, 105 veterans, did you support the acquisition?
I did.
Was your vote based on your own judgment and evaluation of the opportunities presented?
Absolutely.
Did I at any time pressure or attempt to influence how you voted?
Not at any time.
Did anyone else pressure or attempt to influence how you voted?
No.
Did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session and the statements that I made about switching firms between the two properties about this item before you voted?
No.
Based on your experience, was the council's decision-making process on property acquisitions normal, transparent, and appropriate?
It was.
Councilmember Harris, you and I have, we've been aligned on some things and not aligned on certain things. We've had some tough words back and forth through the years, or through the months, correct?
Yes.
Do you feel that you were being characterized appropriately in the testimony of Councilmember Zuniga, who claims that the mayor's influence over you causes you to vote a certain way?
I think that would be absolutely absurd.
All right, no further questions.
All right, if we reset the timer and then Councilman Zuniga, you can start.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. The voting record, you said that there's no influence carried by the mayor, but your voting record is very consistent. Can you speak to why that is true? Why is the
Sure.
case?
My voting record is very consistent with my platform when I was running for office. I believe in the growth of our community. I have some of these properties were ones that I supported in my campaign, including the property for the senior center. additional parkland such as Kensington, and downtown was on my platform as well. So they are all target properties for me, for sure.
Second question. Are you aware that Travis Mitchell has discussions regarding property matters outside of closed session?
I would not have any knowledge of that.
Are you aware that Travis Mitchell is in correspondence from Mr. Torrey in the transactions that we discuss in closed session?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
When we looked at 103, did you get a feeling that it was an opportunity that we needed that property immediately because of a vision workshop?
I would say that we have had opportunities to look at properties all over the city, and this is one of them. I did not feel any excessive pressure. I did feel that we did have a very good opportunity, and that it was a good idea to take advantage of that.
I think we've also discussed giving variety and rotations to other real estate agents. You said we were attempting to do that. But in reusing the same realtor, isn't that a contradiction to the vote that you took?
Are you discussing 103?
Yeah, 103, and I believe you had voted to support moving away from a single realtor.
Well, that's two questions.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I had voted affirmatively to use the national firm on that second vote. As far as the realtor for those properties, on Veterans, 103 and 104, is that it? Mr. Torrey, we were not hiring Mr. Torrey. He was representing the seller, not the city. I had no problem with that. He can bring to us any properties that a seller is asking for us to consider. Does not mean we would necessarily purchase those properties.
You said he can bring. Are you aware of any other realtors that can bring?
Anyone could.
Where is that available for any realtor to contact the city if we have a contract that's an evergreen?
All they'd have to do would be to contact the city manager.
That is.
They can, the contract is for the representation of the city for the purchase of properties.
Are you also aware that we do not need a realtor to buy property, as has been done in the past?
I cannot say what's been done in the past, whether realtors were used, were not used.
Were you aware that Mayor Mitchell has a close outside mutual
Objection. He's speaking to items he has no
relationship?
knowledge of.
Well, he's asking the witness.
But I can object to his question, can't I?
Would you
I'd be happy to answer the question. I have no knowledge whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harris. Thank you for your time.
All right. You can rebut.
Don't joke.
Oh, yeah, forgot. Sorry. Any questions from commission? Here? Nothing? Okay.
Dr. Harris, just one point of recollection as it relates to the executive session
Hold on,
discussion.
let's reset the timer.
Okay. It's just going to be one question, so,
It's all right.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, one point of clarification. As you recall, in the executive session room were these items. It's been several months to tell it from there until now. But do you recall that there were about 5 or 6 properties that were presented? There's a map of downtown and a variety of different properties.
Yes.
Do you recall whether I advocated for specifically any of those properties, or was I quiet and allowed for everyone else to speak?
In executive session, we have a free-flowing discussion.
Right.
We are all allowed to speak and encouraged to do so.
Do you have a recollection of me asserting early on in the conversation that that 103 and 105 veterans was the property that we needed to buy?
Mayor, I cannot testify to that one way or another because we were all discussing it. And there were other properties as well that we discussed.
In your opinion, did I put everyone on 103 and 105, or was it more of a collaborative discussion where everybody sort of said, out of all of these properties, we like these?
Oh, it was definitely collaborative, in my opinion.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be Robert Rizzo, if he's still here. I know everyone is tired. I am tired.
Do we want to take a break before we bring this witness up? Maybe a 5-minute break?
Yeah, 5-minute break could be good.
All right.
Stretch the legs.
Good luck keeping it.
Are we taking a break?
Do we need to do like a motion to recess? Or I'll make a motion to, or, yeah, I'll make a motion to recess for a 5-minute break.
All right.
Seconded.
Yeah, we'll just do that. Yes, aye.
Tobias, you ready?
Thought it was Rizzo.
Oh yeah, were you doing?
Oh, I'd already called Rizzo? Sorry. Yeah, Rizzo, sorry.
brought my own Bible. I have my own do it all. Like State your name.
Robert Rizzo.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in the case now in the hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Councilmember Rizzo, could you please remind the commission how long you've served on the Kyle City Council?
Since 2019 and with a year off in between.
2019 with a year off. All right, since joining the council, have you participated in discussions and votes on city land acquisitions?
I have.
Do you have that sheet in front of you there? You're in two different columns, so you go all the way to the top for the very first vote we ever took. And then it looks like you skip a few, and then you come down the other side. Do all those votes seem about accurate to you?
They do.
How many did you vote for or against?
I'm looking at it right here. It looks like I voted for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for, and maybe 3 against.
Okay.
If I'm reading this right? No, they were all 4.
They were all 4.
I'm sorry. They were all 4. I'm sorry. I was reading it
So
wrong.
based on the fact that you
Yeah.
voted affirmatively on these contracts and properties multiple times during your time on council, is it safe to say that you have historically been satisfied with the work performed by Elite Realty Advisors?
I can say I am. I have been.
Okay. Were you present during the executive sessions where the properties at 103 and 105 Veterans Drive were discussed?
I was.
During those discussions, did you feel free to voice your concerns and views openly?
I did feel like I was able to voice. I think everyone was able to voice. I felt like it, and we all did. Like everybody participates.
Would you say that we are a collaborative council?
Not always. We all have different opinions. We all think differently. But we do work together and try to find a way forward. Usually. But I think we have a pretty good working relationship.
So when it came time to vote on acquiring 103, 105 veterans, did you support the acquisition?
I did.
Was your vote based on your own judgment and evaluation of the opportunities presented?
They were, and I can elaborate on it, why I thought this was a great acquisition, if I can.
Go ahead.
So the reason why is I pass by this park every day, Greg Clark Park, and it's in a beautiful park. It's great. One of the things that I was looking at was the amenities that we have and the investments we're getting ready to do with all our parkland in the city. And to see the new skate park come in and seeing what's possible, I knew that we're going to need parking. We're dying for parking in that area. We're dying for more amenities in Greg Clark Park. Being one of our oldest parks and the oldest park next to Maricao Hearts in our city, I felt like we definitely needed to expand it and bring more to that park. I see a lot of families, especially around the holidays and the weekends, visiting this park. So I thought it'd be great to have the parking for it because we're lacking a lot of parking and a lot more for that park. So being in my district, there was something in me that said we needed these properties so that way we could expand and do the parking we needed.
Wow, thank you. So did I at any time pressure or attempt to influence how you voted?
No.
Did anyone else attempt to pressure or influence how you voted?
Not originally.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
I did get a phone call the next day saying, from a council member saying that, he was not for the property purchase. And
Is this hearsay? Is
no,
this-
that's firsthand.
Yeah,
You
firsthand
You got a
knowledge.
phone call.
Yeah.
You speaking to?
Yeah.
I guess we need to know who the council member was.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to, but Councilmember Zuga did talk to me the next day.
Okay,
Then
that's a
it's-
party,
then
then
that's
that's not hearsay.
Okay.
so.
So you're saying Councilmember Zuna called you the next day and tried to get you to stop supporting it?
Well, he just said he wasn't supporting it. He didn't try to get me to stop it. He just said he wasn't supporting it. And I told him why I was supporting it was because of I saw the opportunity for the parking lot, for the expansion of the park, and for the amenities we're doing. And something Councilmember Zuniga and I always talked about is, the investment we're doing in our older parks. So I wanted to share why I was voting for it and my enthusiasm for the property.
Councilman Rizzo, did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session about this item before you voted?
No, you didn't.
Based on your experience, was the council's decision-making process on property acquisition, in this case, normal, transparent, and appropriate?
Yes, it was.
How do you feel about being characterized by the complainant today that your vote is susceptible to the influence of the mighty mayor?
Well, the complainant's known me for a long time now, and he knows that I've always made my own decisions, and I've always been quick to rebuke anything that I feel that is not, appropriate or I don't agree with. And so for him to, I hope he doesn't believe that because he's known me pretty well, and he knows that I make my own decisions.
Well,
I'm my own person. I'm my own man. Nobody controls me. Nobody will ever control me.
It seems that he's hinged his case on that claim. Is that the way you read it?
It's kind of what was kind of said here, but I can tell you right now that nobody controls me. I'm not a robot.
So we've disagreed many times in the past.
Oh, yeah,
right?
we've gotten into drag out conversations where, it's better that we walk away from each other because I don't always agree with everything that comes forward, but I know that through discussion and during, not so much compromise, but when we as a council come together, I live with the vote. Even when the vote's against what I'm going for, when there's a 4-2 vote and I voted no against something, I live with it. I still support it. It's just the way we work together as government. If I sit there and cry about a vote, even though it failed and I didn't get my way, then nothing gets done.
There have been times that I've called and collaborated with you ahead of a vote in the past on various items, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes something we're working on together.
Well, I've had a lot of council members call me and tell me that why they're supporting something. And one thing I always make sure is that we're not breaking quorum. We're not discussing more than one council member. So that's something that I really hold dear. And I always make sure I ask that question when a council member calls me and says, hey, I'm kind of supporting this. I always make sure, who have you talked to? It's one of the first questions I ask them.
But on this case, in this instance, we have any communication about this property?
No, not on this one. Okay. Not on the property acquisition.
No further questions.
Okay, we'll reset the clock and then Councilman Zuniga.
Am I starting?
Just resetting the clock. Okay. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Robert. Just two quick questions, and of course, nobody is suggesting any mischaracterizations of. So, were you aware that the mayor had discussed 103 veterans with Mr. Torrey before it came to closed session?
I don't have any information or knowledge on that.
Would you vote differently if you knew that an elected official was having private discussions with the Realtor and then the item is brought forward?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say lots of council members have had discussion with landowners, with realtors, and everybody else, because they usually come to a council member first, and you have discussion. To categorize that as something inappropriate would be crazy. We'd have to go back to the senior center when Councilmember Tobias was out researching and trying to bring a really good amenity to our city. And he reached out to Brian saying, hey, I got a building here. And then I've done it where I've seen, what do you call it? Things in the city that need fixing or things like that, and I'll reach out and reach out an email to the city manager. Or a resident reaches out to us. Just yesterday, had a resident reach out to me and tell me about the lights on Burleson. So people are always reaching out to us as council members and, do a diligence. I've had private landowners come up and tell me that they're looking at selling property, and I don't always forward that forward because I think to myself, I'm just not really what I want to do. You know what I mean? I always tell them to contact the city manager. I don't want to be forwarding anything forward.
I respect that, and I think that is the right process. And the key that you pointed out is that sellers or landowners contact the public official. In this case, my case is the elected official contacted the agent. It's the other way around.
Objection. That is not my
That is
testimony,
the
and it's not
statement.
what I put into the record.
I'm going to read your statement. The statement will also be shown in my evidence. Days later, I had a conversation with Realtor Chris Torrey about various items and properties.
That's not what you stated
We
before.
discussed the lots
You said
near-
I contacted him.
We discussed the lots near VFW. I welcomed the conversation because I knew Mr. Torrey had represented the city on 107 Veterans Drive. I didn't think the 103, 105 lots were for sale, but I figured he might know how to find out. His knowledge was something I coveted. He said he wasn't sure, but would make inquiries. I encouraged him to contact the city manager directly if he found relevant information. I had no further involvement, but evidence submitted will show there was much more discussions.
Yes, and so in your testimony to Mr. Rizzo just now, you said I contacted him, and that is not the testimony you just read.
Yeah, you're just arguing. You're not making an objection.
I just don't know what to do because
Sworn statement.
And we have the statement in and that's been submitted, and we can read the statement. Trust us to be able to read.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. No further questions.
Did you want me to answer the last one? Because I would say there's no knowledge of it.
I believe that you had no knowledge. And
Okay.
we also had the conversation on the phone, and you said you respected and you understood why ethically I was standing my ground. Did you remember saying that?
Well,
Me saying that to you?
What I said was that your conversation with me was that you were not looking to buy this property and you'd like to stop the sale of it. And I told you I actually wanted to buy the purchase of property because we needed to improve the parking and the land around it. And that's kind of where the conversation went.
Yeah, we're not disputing the value in this case.
okay.
We're disputing.
No, I'm not talking
We're
about
disputing the
value. I'm just
interaction.
talking about- you're talking about the interaction
It is
we
the
had.
interaction
Yeah.
that the claim
Yeah.
came forward for.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all it was.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzo.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Has the city acquired that property at 103 and 105?
I believe that we've already acquired it, correct, Brian? Or we're about to close on it? Yeah.
And do you know how much it sold for, those two properties?
No, I can't say that right now, sorry.
Is that
Yeah.
because you haven't closed on it? Is that,
It's closed. It's closed. It's closed in March.
okay. My question is that, the price of it is important because if you just want to make a parking lot out of it, that's.
It's
like-
not just a parking lot.
What
It's,
else will it
it's
be?
it's a large piece of property, so we have room for amenities. We need to expand our tennis courts. We're doing away with our tennis courts right now to build a huge skate park. The tennis courts that are currently there are undersized. The other thing we have to do is improve our water park as well. The water feature that we added, the splash pad, is not ADA compliant. It was underbuilt, so we need to make sure that we add to that as well. So there's a lot more going into that property. That's a huge property. Right now, that property was it's on the entrance of our city. And what was there was a rock quarry. You know what I mean? And is that what we want to see? I think what we'd love to see is our families and see our park amenities improve. I'm sorry, I'm a park person. I love our parks. I believe in investing in our parks, especially in our older part of town that's forgotten most of the time. I want to make sure that we're investing in that part of town that's not forgotten.
How big is the property? Those two
It's
properties?
2 huge lots.
Like acreage, do you know?
I'm sorry.
Like acreage?
I
Or,
don't remember what the acreage on it is. I'm sorry. I'm not going to lie up here.
okay,
Yeah.
all right, thanks, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from?
Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Rizzo, since you've been here or been on city council since the beginning of the relationship between the city and Mr. Torrey, I wanted to revisit some prior testimony, which was that Mr. Torrey was engaged by, I guess, a previous city manager without the approval of city council, and then city council later approved that. Do you know anything about that, or can you explain that timeline any further?
I don't have a recollection of that. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's,
And that was the previous city manager?
well, so I'm just trying to figure out the timeline of
Okay.
when he was engaged and when city council approved it
For which, for this, just this property, the 103, 105?
for any property.
For any
So
property.
I guess, so I'll ask
Okay.
it this way. Do you remember the first time that you were aware of that the city engaged Mr. Torrey for any kind of property?
I don't remember when it was, but it's been a while. Oh, is it on here?
On the yellow.
Okay. Oh, so it was 8/15/23.
So that was,
So
that was the.
That would have been, I'm sorry, yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, that would have been I wasn't here at the time, was I? Or what, 23? I'm
Okay.
trying to think my timeline.
You were not.
19,
Okay, so then that may be better asked for somebody else, but I
Yeah.
guess my question is.
I'm trying to think when I left council. I would have been here because it was September when I left of that year. So I was here.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, for the times that you've been on council,
Okay.
in your previous term and in this one, every single time the city engaged Mr. Torrey, was that approved by city council?
Correct, it was.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
I don't
sorry.
have any other questions.
I had to get the timeline. Sorry about that.
Anyone else? Hold on just a moment, Mr.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
We're close.
All right.
Anybody else have questions? Questions? Then, and he'll pass you. You
All
are
right, sorry.
excused. Thank you.
It's getting late, sorry.
Tobias.
Who is your next witness?
Councilor Tobias.
Thank you.
As you see, I was dressed for the occasion because I knew this was going to be a long night. I'll let the title.
Please state your name.
Michael James Tobias.
Left hand here, right hand up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in the case now in hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Councilmember Tobias, thank you for coming, for staying so long. Could you please remind the commission how long you've served on the Kyle City Council?
Since 2020. 5 years.
Since joining the council, have you participated in discussions and votes on city land acquisitions?
Yes.
Do you see the sheet in front of you? You're the only one that goes top to bottom, just like
Can we
me.
start the timer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
To the best of your knowledge, as it pertains to your votes, does this seem accurate in terms of the votes that you've taken?
Center Street. Yes, including 103s.
Okay, and how many did you vote for and against, roughly?
See, we got a majority of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And the gray would be absent.
Yeah, it looks like about 16 or so.
16-4, and how many against?
2.
2 against. Were you present during, I'm sorry, based on the fact that you have voted affirmatively on these contracts and properties multiple times during your time on council, is it safe to say that you have historically been satisfied with the work performed by Elite Realty Advisors?
I haven't heard any complaints. I never really followed up. I just go with what was in front of me.
Were you present during the executive sessions where the properties at 103 and 105 Veterans Drive were discussed?
Yes.
During these discussions, did you feel free to voice your views and concerns openly?
Yes.
When it came time to vote on acquiring 103 and 105 veterans, did you support the acquisition?
No.
You voted against the acquisition. You made statements in the public as to why. Do you recall what your statements were?
Well, first of all, we have a certain budget for property acquisition. Second of all, I felt we didn't need it.
You stated on the record that you didn't think we had a plan, I think is what.
We
is
didn't
what
have a
the-
plan going forward, and that's usually what we discuss before we even consider it.
Right. So 2 months later, we took additional votes for 103 North Burleson, 208 West Center Street. You did vote for those?
Yes.
Correct. Probably, I wouldn't put words in your mouth. Would you say why you voted for those? You thought those were more strategic, maybe?
Strategically, because I think we were coming away from what the vision was for our downtown. Those were properties that I had felt that the city could utilize for our future development or that we're looking for as far as the growth for
So
our downtown.
with regards to these votes, was your vote based on your own judgment and evaluation of the opportunities
Yes.
presented? Did I at any time pressure or attempt to influence how you
No,
voted?
sir.
Did anyone else pressure or attempt to influence how you
sir.
voted? Did I communicate with you in any way outside of executive session about this item before you voted?
No, sir.
Based on your experience, was the council's decision-making process on property acquisition normal, transparent, and appropriate?
A lot of times it is, yes, sir.
No further questions.
Councilman Zuniga?
Is it resetting?
We're
Timer.
resetting it.
Similar
All right,
questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Michael, for that. Were you aware that the mayor had discussed 103 veterans with Mr. Torrey before it came to closed session?
No, sir.
Would you vote differently if you knew an elected official was having private discussions with the Realtor and then the item is brought forward?
Would I vote differently? I'd probably question why those were involved. Those conversations could probably come up.
Which is what I'm doing. I'm filing the complaint. Were you ever aware that Mayor Mitchell had an advisory opinion that he seeked out for his use of personal Realtor?
No.
But he did not disclose it?
No.
Do you think, would you say that that information would be valuable to new council members and to the public to build trust?
I believe it has to be build trust across the board on that insert.
Would you say that more and more properties were being added to Mr. Torrey's contract that was supposed to be limited for downtown properties in looking at 103?
I felt that that was somebody that we had decided to possibly go with. And at the time, those were conversations that we were having, that some of the ones that he had already closed on, that we had on. But other than that, that's all we got.
So you and I both agree that we don't believe we needed this property. Is this property in the downtown?
It was hard to say because I was on the downtown redevelopment team when I first got on board, and we were still trying to identify how far downtown would be considered, whether it's going all the way to veterans or at a certain area. And those were discussions that we still needed to finalize, since we also bought additional property from the downtown area earlier that year or from the year before. And I felt that at the time, when I said no, there was really no strategic plan in place. So I felt at the time that in my opinion, the purchase needed to not be made at the time until we finally decided what our final plan would be. there was speculation of ideas, but there was nothing concrete.
Would you say that you heard in closed session Mayor Mitchell say that Realtor Chris Torrey is an entrepreneur, a good Realtor, and he had already started working on these acquisitions once, bringing that up over the recommendation of a national firm?
I believe at the time when we were talking about trying to be more diverse in our commercial purchases, I think that did come up to where it's like, well, we've already started this process. Why would we need to bring in another firm in to do that when we've already got the process there? And I think in my opinion, the sentiment was that would slow down any kind of progress we would be making on that end, but not to influence a favoritism on that end.
Were you aware that throughout the last 3 years, there was a time when council was not aware that they were even using a Realtor until another council member brought that up?
Objection, that's hearsay. So that's.
It's been admitted as evidence.
You just stated that as fact. You could.
It's in my timeline.
He's asking if he has knowledge of it.
It's not hearsay. I'm asking the.
Right off the bat.
Personally, I'm
If
asking.
he
him.
has knowledge of it, right.
Did you ever have knowledge that council was buying property using Mr. Torrey, but was unaware?
At the time, I believe that there was maybe some incidents where we were looking at some properties. Nothing said in concrete, but I think his name may have came up on occasion. But I can't specifically remember, Dr. Zuniga, which properties those were. And to go back to what Councilman Rizzo was saying about these senior citizens, on that level there, we were trying to, as a city, help find a facility that could be able to house them. So I did my own research by looking around the city to try to find some kind of building that could be compatible to it. So that is where we ran across the Daisy Lane property, and that was under Jerry Hendricks. Because I know we consistently say, well, it was under the city manager. I've had three that I've dealt with since I've been on council. Scott Sellers, Jerry Hendricks was intern, and then Brian Langley. And that was brought forward with actually Jerry Hendricks at the time when I found that building.
Last question. Why would you think that the city would need to shift from the services of Mr. Torrey to the seller? What was the reason for that? From not representing the city to representing the seller?
I can't.
You voted to support that.
To support voting for bringing Mr. Torrey on board? is what
For
you're
the
saying?
seller. If I could remember your vote.
I said no on both of those votes.
Okay, so you were consistent. Okay.
Yes, I was consistent. If you saw it here, it shows that I said no both times because I felt we didn't need to buy the property.
For the record, on the agenda item, do you recall us ever disclosing the final purchase price?
There was the idea, and I cannot give the specifics of it because it was an executive, but there was the appraisal value, and then there was also what was being offered on that end. I think we were in the process of possibly, if voting yes or no, that we would pursue at the first time, just to pursue to see if we were even interested. Because if I remember the beginning of this conversation, if we're talking about 103 and 105, if I can elaborate, the original first conversation was, this person has approached the city about purchasing a property. Are we even interested? And at the time, I said, let's see what they might do. But when it came back to where it was whatever the negotiations were, I said, no, we don't really need this. We need to focus more on our downtown and because that was the big purchases that we had back in the summer.
Those are all the questions I have for you, Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I've got one,
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Tobias. You're our first one witness who did not vote for the acquisition of 103, 105 veterans. And so my question is that in your decision to not vote for that, did the involvement of Elite Realty Advisors in the Veterans Drive properties have any influence on your vote, your decision to not acquire the properties?
No, I felt we just didn't need it. I was being very careful of what we're spending our money on. I'm very conscious about that. I know it took a political bullet for the purchases of the downtown property, but I knew from past conversations that eventually that our city is growing out of the public safety center. We've talked before about redeveloping our downtown, and we've talked many times about bringing our services back to our downtown area. And so that was on my mind the whole time. And from that area of what we're looking at as far as property is way on the other side of Center Street and Veterans. So when that was presented to me, I just still felt that for me, that purchase really was not of importance.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Yes, ma'am.
When the mayor asked you if, I think it was about coercion or pressure to vote a certain way, and you said usually not, or something to that effect, like you weren't 100%. Can you explain that?
Persuasion as far as voting?
Yeah,
Or
or
going?
anything.
Well, I
Yeah.
think a lot of it has to do with what the information you have in front of you. Because sometimes you have a specific mindset of like, this is what the mayor wants, or this is what other council members have. But until you see the actual information in front of you. And I think that's when a lot of times the persuasion is what we're using in that sense to get the information correctly to make the accurate vote. And I think that's where I always emphasize and I preach that I have to rely a lot on my city staff to be able to provide me the actual information, the documents on that end. Not so much a council member or mayor saying, you better go with this or something else. I've never been like that. I've been censored before by my council, and you may remember that. So it's always that tug of war kind of scenario. But as far as being coerced into voting a certain way, no, I've never done that.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Go ahead.
Councilmember Tobias, I'm going to rely on you a little bit because you're the person that's been here the whole time. And I wanted to just drill down on something that Councilmember Zuniga asked you about that I've been asking several witnesses about just because I'm still fuzzy on it and I want to make sure I have all my ends tied up before I make a decision on this.
I understand.
Has there ever been a time that you know of that any city manager, Sellers, Hendricks, or Langley has used Mr. Torrey and a real estate agent without being allowed to do so by council?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And after you voted no on 103 veterans and 105 veterans, did Mr. Mitchell ever retaliate against you, not allowing votes on your items or yelling at you or anything like that?
No, he understands me very well, very well. He understands the integrity that I have on my votes. There may be times where he may disagree with how I voted, but he respects my final decision in the end. So there was never any conflict when it comes to this specific vote.
And do you have any concerns? Because like I said, you've been here the whole time, so you've kind of seen the whole relationship with Mr. Torrey and the city. Do you have any concerns about the relationship between Mr. Torrey and the city?
Not at this time.
Thanks. I have no other questions.
Anything else? Okay.
No further
Nothing?
questions.
All right, you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Final witness is Councilmember Zuniga.
I'm going to object to that. I'm not here to be Mayor Mitchell's witness. I'm the person who filed the complaint. Is that appropriate? And this is not a jury? If he's going to ask the same questions, I don't see a point to sit through that.
I am not.
If you have firsthand knowledge that none of the other witnesses do, then it can be appropriate for you to testify to that, because he couldn't necessarily bring it out through somebody else.
State your name.
Councilmember Miguel Zuniga.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in the case now in hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Zuniga, you are the complainant in this ethics matter, correct?
Yes.
You filed your complaint on January 29th, 2025, is that correct?
That's correct.
You later filed a supplement to your claim as well, correct?
Yes, more information was needed.
Okay. Before filing your complaint, you were made aware, and I think you've already testified to it today, that an independent ethics attorney, Sarah Kerr, had already reviewed the matter and found no ethics violation, correct? Yeah, I can repeat if you're.
To that information, there was not, but it was limited information.
I'll restate the question. Before filing the complaint, you were made aware that an independent ethics attorney, Sarah Kerr, had already reviewed the matter and found no ethics violation?
That was from the narrative of the city point of view.
To your knowledge, the ethics attorney concluded that I did not take official action under the meaning of the city's ethics code, correct?
That is disputed in all of the claims that I brought forward.
Official action?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what official action refers to according to the city's ethics code?
At the time, the
It's
purchase.
just a defined term, so I'm just asking in our code that.
We all understand what official action is. Yes.
Okay, can you explain what it is to me?
Official action is you taking direction and bringing an item forward and voting and supporting your vote. That is official action when you use your official duty.
Okay. I'll read and say, if you'd like, I can show you the ethics ordinance and because it's defined in there, if you'd like.
I know
Or
that.
is it just your definition?
I know the ethic ordinance.
So it's
very
so
well.
what you're testifying is that you have your own opinion of what official action is?
You're welcome to read it.
Well, I'm asking you. It's
Let's
fine if you want to
not
say.
have the argument. We can read the definition of the
All right.
official action.
So you think that suggesting that a private citizen or a realtor speak with city staff is a formal action? Is that what you were saying?
It's not an opportunity available to everybody else.
So Mr. Torrey and I had a conversation, and I told him to, if he found something out, to reach out to the city manager. Do you believe that that was an official action according to the city's ethics code?
It is, and he also did more than just reach out.
Okay. He copied me on emails. Is that what you're saying?
Emails which you did not share with the rest of the council before that closed session or to the ethics committee.
Okay. Who placed, it's been testified to that the city manager placed the item on the agenda. Do you agree with that or do you dispute that?
You review the agenda item with the city manager, and you were in the correspondence of these emails before they were sent over to the ethics attorney. There was a lot of information that was lapsed and missing, information about pricing, information about what was planned there. That would have been knowledge you would have shared or would have known. And you also had the discussion with me in December about Mr. Torrey before we came to closed session, which is why I called Councilmember Heiser.
So you think that I placed the item on the agenda?
You influenced that item to be put into closed session.
Are you aware that, do you recall the city manager saying something different, that he did that? And that I
Yes.
didn't speak to him about
The
it?
city manager was never aware that you had discussed privately a real estate matter, and so that's why he was caught off guard when you objected to a national firm.
All right, so during executive session, all council members were presented with the opportunity to discuss these properties. Is that correct?
You went first, yes. So I believe you spoke to endorse and support Mr. Torrey.
So I presented the item, and I went first, is your testimony?
Mr. Langley opened the 103 discussion. When I made the discussion move forward, saying, well, who are we going to use? Can we use the national firm? You objected.
Was that at the beginning of the discussion, or was that at the end when you asked that question?
This was the initial discussion.
Now, when you asked the question, which firm we're going to use, that was at the end because we had already discussed all the properties and you had gotten to which firm are we going to use out of the 5 or 6 properties. So you still think that I'm the one that went first?
After I said, let's use a national firm,
Yes.
Mr. Langley
Was
said.
that at the beginning or at the
That
end?
was at the beginning of that closed session.
The beginning. Okay. Mr. Torrey ultimately represented the seller. Is that correct, not the city?
The action is how did it get originated, not what side of the table he is on.
I'm just asking a question. Can you answer yes or no? You're not going to answer yes or no on anything, are you? I'm asking if Chris Torrey represented the seller.
You gave him information which he used from the city side.
Yeah.
Yes, he represented the seller.
Okay. In your filings, you repeatedly reference your personal opinion that I use my influence, correct?
Use your position.
Yes. You also have referenced political disagreements in your filings between yourself and me, correct?
This is not about political disagreements.
What's in your filings? Did you not
No,
reference?
you talked about political disagreements.
Okay. You are aware that ethics complaints are intended to be based on objective evidence, not personal or political disagreements, correct? You agree with that?
If this complaint was frivolous, we would not be here today, now.
Can you answer the question?
Can you repeat your question, Mayor Mitchell?
You are aware that ethics complaints are intended to be based on objective evidence, not personal or political disagreements.
Well, we're all aware of that.
Okay. Can you point to any document, email, or text message where I instructed a council member how to vote on the acquisition of these properties?
The voting record you showed shows consistency in a lot of council members' votes after your leadership.
Can you point to any document, email, or text message where I instructed a council member how to vote on the acquisition of these properties or any properties?
This is out of the scope of what the case is about.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, there's areas where a council member would support another council member's item. That shows support, because maybe they both
But what
want
about
the
a
same
document,
project.
email, text message, official communication of any kind?
No, I mean, no council member will tell another council member how to vote.
Can you point to any statement by a council member, they've all testified, that they felt pressured or influenced by me regarding these properties because of my influence?
There was a council member who repeated what you said, so you influenced their decision.
Which one? Can you elaborate?
Praising and endorsing the realtor.
Praising and endorsing the realtor. Let me ask the question again. Can you point to any statement by a council member that they felt pressured or influenced by me regarding these properties? What was their testimony regarding pressure, coercion, and the like?
They follow your leadership, is all I can say.
Can you point to any document, where I instructed the city manager to assign these properties to a specific realtor?
I look at your sworn statement, and you made contact with the realtor. And you asked the realtor to contact the city manager. That would be the point of
That is
contact.
100% what happened. I didn't make contact. You keep saying that. You
Your
can
sworn
say it a lot.
statement says that.
You know, you haven't read it yet. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you point to any document where I instructed the city manager to assign these properties to a specific realtor? Did I speak to the city manager ahead of time about this at all? According to his own testimony, and can you point, is there anything you can point to that contradicts that?
You were in correspondence before this came to closed session. You would have had discussions with the city manager about this item.
So you believe that the city manager lied when he said that he had no communication with me prior to bringing this item forward?
The city manager was not aware that you had talked to the agent. That's why he
That
said
is
the right
correct.
process was not followed.
Because I did not speak to him or anyone. All I did, and according to the testimony, is ask the city.
Can we get
this
to
man-
a question, or do you have evidence?
Well, what I'm trying to ask you is, based on the testimony that you have heard today, do you believe that the city council acted independently of my influence based on their own testimony? Or did I coerce them because of my influence, and therefore what they testified to is wrong?
I believe that there was a lot of pivoting after the complaint was filed. And
I just asked these folks under oath whether I influenced or coerced them. Is it your testimony that I influenced or coerced them, even though under oath, every single one of them said I didn't speak to them or influence them? Is that your testimony today?
my response is they follow your leadership. That's what I can say to that.
That's all,
I rest
that's
my
the only
case.
answer you're gonna get.
Ask the witness.
Then you have a chance to make a response as if you were, your own witness.
Chair, I would ask that rather than ask himself questions, if he could just give a narrative a response to that. To
Yeah,
what
can I
he's
just
asked.
answer something?
But did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say, I would have the commission ask questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
So I do have some questions. So I just just drilling down on like the complaint, right? And going to your opening statement, you allege violations of 171, 172, 173, 174, and 175. So I just kind of wanted to get to the specificity of what those were to help me frame everything that we've been hearing so far. So 171 is the improper economic benefit. And I know you'll probably go over a lot of this in your closing as well, but I just kind of wanted to give you the opportunity. The improper economic benefit to a list of people, right? There's certain people that the improper economic benefit cannot be given to. I guess, what is your allegation in 171 as far as who was the person that it was given to? I mean, Chris Torrey, but how would an economic benefit to Chris Torrey violate 171?
I think you went through my interrogatories where I described that. This will also be evidence shown. But if I had to go to the checklist, I don't think it would be wise to just start talking about my evidence, I guess. At this point, it's...
This is when the evidence
Okay.
is presented.
Okay, but as long as I get a chance to present. To the economic benefits, it's improper because it's not a fair economic benefit that everyone would get, as not every agent would be contacted by the mayor and had that privilege to have a high chance or success rate of getting it passed through. So it's an improper economic benefit on those grounds, not open to every community member.
Right, but what I'm asking though is there's a specific list of people to whom the economic benefit cannot be
That would have
given.
been to Mr. Torrey.
Oh, right, but what I'm asking is what category in here he falls under? Officer or employee, partner, child, spouse, etc., outside client, member of household,
It would,
outside
it would more
employer.
fit outside client,
So he would be Mr. Mitchell's outside client.
yes.
Okay. And then in the
What's
second
the,
one,
sorry, I got to follow up with a question. What's the relationship that makes him a client of the mayor?
Well, in the sworn statement of the mayor, he discusses meeting with Mr. Tory and having conversations about property subject matters.
Right. But a
Property-
client, a
that
client
really-
relationship.
That was an alarming statement to read.
A client relationship would be if Mr. Tory were Mr. Mitchell's client, like if he worked with him professionally in some way, right?
Not exactly correct. I think that a client relationship can involve both parties.
I believe it's defined in the code.
well, I'll come back to that. I'll let you address that in your closing or any other evidence that you may have. I just want to make sure that I understand your arguments correctly. Unfair advancement of private interest. I think I understand that pretty well. You know, that you're saying it was an unfair, basically directing business to Tory was unfair, right? That's kind of the
Yeah, it's
argument there.
unethical you cannot be fair at that point because you've already discussed it. You'll sort of feel commitment. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Okay. 173 was gifts. Are you alleging that Mr. Tory or Mr. Mitchell, or that Mr. Mitchell has accepted or solicited any gifts in exchange for his official actions?
Yeah, when you think of a gift, you got to think about what is the tangible and the intangible gift of that. And in this case, it would be that you're building a better, closer relationship for future opportunities. So that not everybody would get that kind of gift. It's a gift of a better future opportunity because you're working with one person, you're building that mutual trust and loyalty.
So the gift is a positive relationship with
Yes,
Mr. Tory.
it's a cooperation of future opportunities.
2174, and I know I'm eating up a lot of time, I apologize, but under 174, confidential information, what confidential information was disclosed?
Well, what would have been disclosed was the roundabout designs or the eminent domain or the right of way to, the easement to purchase right of way. Those types of, that information would have been known more by someone who had that inside information.
So City Manager Langley said that that was public information, is that correct?
That is not always easy or available to the public. In my case, I was not aware of what would be planned there until I asked in emails about what was going to go in there. There's always, of course, there's schematics out there, but does somebody know specifically about eminent domain? I don't believe everyone in the public would know that would be something that would be known by an elected official.
So I do want to drill down on that a little bit, just because the word confidential is very specific. Is there any
It's
information
proprietary,
that
Paul.
was
Proprietary.
secret? Okay. Secret, proprietary, confidential. Was there information that was not public that you are alleging was released to help Mr. Tory?
Yes, there's an email that says Mr. Tory knew of a possible roundabout there and discusses eminent domain.
And that was not public information, that was private, confidential, proprietary information?
The code is any information that you have as an elected official
Any proprietary
or information.
that may adversely influence the property, government, or affairs of the city?
Sure. Yes.
So how would that adversely affect the government,
Well,
affairs,
once,
city?
once you
property?
release that information to somebody who is a realtor, now they have more of a, they have more that they know to influence the sale or to motivate the seller. It's information that they can now use to increase the value of property matters.
And then last, representative or representation of private interests. What private interest are you alleging was represented in front of the city council?
Yeah, the code really doesn't define like what is the representation and the meaning of the representation. It can be a recommendation. But in this case, I felt strongly that when Mayor Mitchell endorsed the Realtor and supported the use of the Realtor and praised his entrepreneurship, and then that was repeated by another council member, I felt like, okay, we're going a bit too far here.
So, but the code is specific about either being compensated for that or being a part of the body or a part of the company. So are you alleging that he was a part of Elite Realty Group or that he was being paid by them?
The code says with or without compensation.
I'm reading a member
I
of
think there are
council
two
or city
versions
employee
of-
shall not represent for compensation.
Yeah, I think that is the code that you have. The code that I received from the ethics attorney did say with or without compensation.
Okay, I'm just going on the ethics code that's publicly available that I
Right,
have
sure.
access to. It says for compensation. So I'm asking, are you alleging Mayor Mitchell was compensated?
Well, it was not compensation, but
Okay.
it is, what is it? Can you read that back part again?
A member of
'Cause I don't have
the
it in front of
city
me, Paul.
council, a member of the council or a city employee shall not represent for compensation any person, group, entity other than himself or himself and his or her spouse or minor children before the city.
Well, the code that I read said without compensation, so that's the one I think I forwarded in my disclosures to you.
I have no questions. Sorry I ate up so much of the time, but I just wanted to drill down on what exactly was being alleged.
Just another redirect question. You said that confidential information that was provided was about the roundabout and the easement, but that was public, we have testimony that that was publicly available on the internet. So what private information, what confidential information was given? Because that was public information.
There was the eminent domain, and also there was already discussion about the value being brought up even before all members of council knew the amount that they were going to be bringing forward. So that would have been confidential. Not everybody in the city would know at that point what the sellers are looking for.
Are you saying that the seller's asking price for their property is confidential information that
It's
belongs
still-
to the city?
Yeah, it would still be under like city matters, so the public would not have any access to that.
That's not information that someone else who's interested in purchasing the property could receive by asking the owner what they want to sell their property for?
Well, a person in the community would not even be aware that the city would be interested in a property unless somebody, an elected official, went and spoke to them about what the city might consider. And I'll get more into the evidence to point that out.
Okay, that time is up for us. So you have any
A 5-minute
rebut?
rebut? No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. You're excused. So at this point would be where typically the complainant, are you ready to rest or?
Chair, I have a question for you. If so, earlier, I want to make sure I understood what happened in terms of the procedural rules that you voted on at the beginning. I prepared a 5-minute close because that's the rules that were sent to me on Friday. And did you all change that to 10 minutes at the beginning of this? Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood.
So, I mean, once both sides rest, then we would do closing.
Okay. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to
We're
rest.
resting the witnesses, to be clear, right? This part of the process.
That would be the part with evidence. That would be, you would rest and then move on to closing.
But to be clear, in the closing is really where you show exhibits.
No, that's during evidence, which would have been witness testimony.
That's not how I would understand that this is set up.
I don't see anywhere, like, I mean, it talks about witness and.
What is the issue? Do you still have evidence to present?
Yes, I have evidence to present, and I was going to present it in my closing, so
Is
it's
it
not reworded.
documents? Is it documents?
Yeah, well, it's exhibits presentation. my supporting evidence to this case.
Is it everything in your disclosures?
No, it's only 8 slides, the ones that make the points.
Okay, I haven't seen any of these slides, so I don't know what's on them. I can't determine if there's any privilege issues with them.
Well, I can show them to you. Can we take a break
Sure.
to show them to you?
All
I
right.
thought all evidence had to be given in disclosures. He gets to present new evidence.
I want to see
Well-
what the slideshow says, and then we can determine the disability after that.
Okay.
Well, if the slides show evidence that's already been in the disclosures, just
That's-
in different ways,
Yes.
That's
then
what it is.
But if
that's
it's
what
new
the
evidence, if
No,
it's what's
not
in your
new. It's not
disclosures,
new.
then
It's
that's
not
fine.
new. You already have it. I'm just trying to show the public the.
But
the
is he
points
gonna
that-
get to make more statements? Is that what's, he gets more time to try to make his case? I thought the evidence was in the questions. That's how I read it. That's how I delivered all of my evidence.
Chair, I think.
And
I
you
think,
clarified that,
I think we
sorry.
ought to take a vote on how to handle this particular situation. If there's new evidence to be brought in, it also is getting late. I think the best course of action, at least for me personally, would be to have a written description of them submitted, as well as the slides submitted for us to review.
Is this new evidence, or is it just the stuff that,
Stuff you've already
then I
seen.
don't know that we need it presented because we can see it.
The public has not seen my presentation.
They're not supposed to, it's confidential technically. It's not up until now.
And so I guess I have a question about that, because I know in our last meeting, whenever we were talking about, the exhibits and having 10 documents, we had said that what had already been provided in, I guess, the complaint and the responses to discovery and things like that would not be counted in those 10 documents.
Right.
So I guess it was my understanding that those are like part of the record now. So I would assume that they could be used because they're evidence before the committee, right? Okay, so yeah, that was my understanding. I think as long as it's not new to us, it could be used in a closing statement because it's wrapping up the evidence. That's my understanding.
If you want to take JD's suggestion of having this other evidence on submission, you can do that.
On submission.
On submission as opposed to oral testimonies, which means in writing.
Right.
But I guess my thing is, right, if it's not new evidence, if it's just a reframing of evidence that we already have, then I don't.
If he has prepared, as long as it's not more than 10 minutes, a closing argument, and that in the slides, especially if it's 5, if in the slides is only evidence that you submitted in your disclosures, I'm okay with him using it in his
Okay, yeah.
closing argument. I do not mind.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Nobody called, they didn't.
Proceed.
Also, with regard to the public needing to see the documents, once the investigation is closed, the materials do become public. So the public will be given access.
Can we ask questions of that,
I don't see why not, since the complainant was subject to it.
think just one
Do we want him under oath, or?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Do I want me to sit here?
You can stay there, it's just one question.
State your name.
Travis Hutchins, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give and the case now in hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, this has to do with your initial contact with Tori for 103 and 105. And in your statement, what you submitted to us back in January, it states that you were talking with him about other things.
Right.
And then you asked him specifically about 103 and 105. And said that, you know, find out from the sellers, whatever, blah, blah, and get back with Langley. But wouldn't that seem like you were engaging him to do that work for the city? I mean, like it was tantamount to you asking Tori to make inquiries for the city.
Well, so there's context to you have to understand how Mr. Torrey operates, which is why he gets the endorsements that he gets from me. Mr. Torrey is an entrepreneur at heart. It's part of why we get along. But in terms of the way that he has approached some of the city's philosophies about acquiring properties, he's done it with a lot of zeal. And so we have conversations, and he peppers me with questions. So, you know, and I routinely, what you don't know is how many properties he comes to me and says, you know, what do you think about this one? What do you think about that one? And I just don't. But that one in particular had come up in Facebook, and there had been dirt turning on it. And I had been texted by Steve Cook, and which is in the disclosures, and so it was just kind of a buzz, and I think it's because people had torn down a piece of it, and it got everyone sort of interested. And so I'm pretty sure, but I cannot say for a fact, that he brought it up to me in the context of this conversation. Who brought it up, I do not know, but I didn't contact him directly. It was sort of a natural conversation where he's very inquisitive. He's trying to look for opportunities to see if he can put something together here and elsewhere. And it's just how he is as a private business person. And my response to him was, I don't even know if the property is for sale. I didn't think that it was. In fact, I told Mr. Cook the same thing when I went over and talked to him. I was like, you know, because I've always thought about those properties, but I didn't even think that it was for sale. And I said, you just did the property on 107 Veterans, which is right next door. And if you can find who the owners is and talk to them, take it to the city manager. And from my perspective, that was making sure that I was not involved in the process at all. I was very careful. The whole narrative about me, other people not knowing that I had had contact was deliberate. We had a 30-second conversation about it, and my response to him was, talk to the city manager, and I already know that everybody's got stuff going, you know, a lot of people don't like the real estate stuff that's going on with the city. So my response was to just completely stay out of it all the way until when in executive session towards the end, when they had selected those, there was 5 or 6 properties. They had selected, the council had said, we like this one over here, and we like those properties on Veterans. And Mr. Zuniga rightly wanted to know, well, what about representation? And at that point, Mr. Langley recommended the national firm for the Veterans properties, and he recommended Chris Torrey for the other property. And it shocked me because I couldn't understand why that would happen, because I had a conversation with Chris, and I knew that he had been the one to suss out and find the owners and negotiate all that and talk to him. And I knew that he also didn't mention anything about this other property. So while I advocated for Chris Torrey to be allowed to stay involved in 103, 105, I simultaneously advocated against him being gifted representation of another property that he had nothing to do with.
For me, it was, and I think one of the council members mentioned it as well, once it had been stated, the reason it was compelling is because the argument is a compelling argument. Realtors, if you're in the real estate world, one of the worst things that can happen is for you to come up with and find an owner and figure all those things out and then have someone take it from you. I did not think that was right, and so I spoke up at great risk because I knew that I didn't know this was going to happen, but I knew that me speaking and advocating for Chris would be bad. I just felt like I had to do it. I felt like it was the right thing.
I get what you're saying, but it appears from your statement that you were talking to him and you brought it up. He didn't bring it up from your statement. That's what it appears to be. And so, to me, that would be asking him for his,
Well, I wrote the statement carefully because I don't remember who brought it up. It was a fluid conversation from times before. I don't remember. I did not say that in my statement, and that is not my testimony that I brought it up to him. It was a more fluid discussion. I don't remember. We were conversing about a variety of things, which we do. I enjoy talking to him about those kind of projects.
so why didn't you just direct him to Langley to start with, instead of saying, oh, check with the owners? I mean, do you know what I mean? I mean, because it's sounding a little convoluted and a little.
Well, I told him I didn't even know if the property was for sale. I guess potentially in my mind, I have those conversations all day, every day with people in a variety of ways and encourage them. But I'm not speaking for the city. I'm not speaking on behalf of the city.
Who are you speaking for?
Myself as the mayor, individually, with 1 vote out of 7. I have conversations with lots of people.
I get that you do, but it seems like when you're speaking as the mayor, you're speaking as the city. I don't think you can divide it up.
I understand that some people think that, but when you talk to my colleagues in particular, they will remind you that I have the exact same amount of influence in terms of actual verifiable influence in terms of the outcomes as they do. And council members, perform very similar types of advocacy, bringing things forward, and honestly, greater advocacy on behalf of various groups or organizations that they don't do anything like what I did, which is to stay completely away from it as much as possible. I did show him a path. I didn't know if it was even for sale. I didn't know if council would want it, but I did think that it would be an interesting conversation. And it was brought up with 6 other properties, and the council selected 2, and I had no idea which ones they would select. The narrative that I was somehow masterminding, it's flattering, some property purchase and all these things that have this sort of like spider web over the council. I mean, you heard from the council. That is not how I engage with them. The reason we get along, if I was that way, they would hate me. We don't behave that way. And in particular, when it comes to the ethics rules, I know what they are. Which is why I'm constantly going to attorneys for opinions, because what I don't want to do is operate out of fear, because I know someone will criticize me. But what I do want to, so I don't want to operate out of fear, but I also don't want to break any rules. And it takes, if I knew I didn't break a rule from the beginning. This conversation, the ethics attorney's analysis is correct. It is the correct analysis. But that's my answer on that. I appreciate the question.
Just an FYI, we don't have the timer up, but it started at 11:22, so we have 3 minutes left.
Anybody else have a question?
I can ask a few just to kind of, with Councilmember Zuniga, I went through 1 through 5, so I just want to run through really quick. The first one, improper economic benefit. I just want to ask very quickly, is Mr. Torre a member of your family?
He is not.
Is he your client?
He is not.
Is he a member of your household?
He is not.
Is he an employer of any of your family?
He is not.
Is he a business entity, or is he part of a business entity that you are involved in?
He is not, and I am not.
Are you involved with his business whatsoever?
I am not.
Have you ever been employed by him?
I have not.
Have you ever employed him?
I have not.
You've hired him for his
Yes,
services,
sorry,
right?
I'm going quickly, but
he's never worked for a business that you own or for you
Correct.
personally.
That's right.
Okay. Now I want to go through unfair advancement of private interests. Did you tell him that because you were mayor, you could give him an advantage?
no,
Now I want to go through gifts. Were you ever given anything monetarily?
I was not.
What is your relationship with Mr. Torrey? If you could just describe it in a few words, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Honestly, fellow entrepreneurs, that's where we bonded from when I was in 20. He's one of the people I've known the longest, so I met him before I was on council.
Would you say that you're friends?
Yes,
Would you say that if he had not represented the city on this deal or other deals, you would still be friends?
yes,
Would your friendship have been harmed if he had not represented the city in this deal and any other deals?
no, because that's actually happened.
Now I want to go to 7.4. Did you release any confidential information to Mr. Torrey?
I did not.
Any proprietary information?
I did not.
Any information that was not available to the public?
I did not. And I mentioned nothing about roads either, just to be clear, the none of that was in, I've told you the sum total of the conversation that I had with him.
Any information that could adversely influence the affairs of the city?
No,
And then finally, have you represented him before the board in any official capacity? Or sorry, before the council in any official capacity?
I just want to make sure I understand what the question.
Sorry, I'll ask it this way. Are you a member of any organization which he is a member of?
No, the only thing I would think of might be the chamber, but I'm actually not a chamber member, except the city is. So,
Have you represented the chamber before, council?
no.
Have you represented Mr. Torrey's interest before the council?
Officially, like as an agent?
Officially,
No.
correct.
No.
Okay. Have you ever acted on Mr. Torrey's behalf to the council? As in, at his request?
No.
Has he ever directed you to take any action or not take any action as
No.
mayor? And has he ever directed you to vote or not vote a certain way? Or to talk to anybody or not talk to anybody?
No.
As mayor?
Time.
All right, thank you.
All right. So, with that, are you ready to rest? Are you,
Not-
first you have to rest your case, and then you would be able to do the closing after both sides rest.
I don't want to get entrapped in not showing my slides. So. I
Right,
don't
we've
wanna
already
re-
discussed that you can show the slides during your closing.
Which, okay, I can concede to that. All evidence, closing argument, my slideshow, right?
Right, you can talk through the slideshow as part of your closing.
Okay, and to confirm, we're 10 minutes, a
10
little
minutes.
loose to 15 at y'all's discretion?
Well, we'd have to agree before, so,
You said
before you
5.
start.
Just
I don't think we can do it.
60 seconds ago, you looked at me and said you could do it in 5. Now you want 15?
To be fair and
10.
honest, a
agreed to
5-minute
10.
closing is not proper.
5-minute closing
agreed
is
to
the
10.
rules that we
We've already
came
done
in
it. We've
on.
said so.
It's what I
Yeah, we
prepared.
started
I
out
only
with
have
5,
minutes.
and we gave
Yep.
you extra 5 when we made the rules at the beginning. So we've already expanded more than what you were expecting to get to begin with, so.
There's a lot to go through. Could I get the last 5, could I reserve the last 2 minutes to close, since I brought the complaint forward?
We decided that we have the evidence, and we're gonna look at the evidence, and we don't necessarily need that back and forth that you
Okay.
have in front of a jury.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
if I
are
can get
you-
some tech help, then I can put the slideshow up.
Are you resting?
I'm resting, as long as you're not entrapping this situation, Nicole.
Not entrapping.
Okay.
I rest.
Thank you. So,
Can we take a break first? Another break?
a little 5-minute break?
Yes.
Sure. 5-minute recess. Let's get let him get his slides up.
Is this- Oh, I need to share them. Is it being seen already? Okay. So, can I start? Yeah, I can't see the time. point can I start? So, okay, these are just definitions for the public to see. And this would be the text messages where I contacted the city manager, said, what's going on here? Was there a violation? And then and then you can see that there was really no appraisals. The purchase was made with a sense of urgency. This is the mayor's sworn statement. I think he's already mentioned a lot of this, that he spoke with Mr. Torrey, talked to him about 103. This is outside before we get to closed session, so all this occurred, these conversations in December. So he was more active before this came to closed session, and where he says that he meets with them and talks with them about property matters. This is the community impact thing where it was said by Assistant City Manager Amber that the sellers approached the city, not the city, which the evidence didn't really show that. This is a timeline where I mentioned a letter of intent that was not real from a buyer. And in the timeline, there was correspondence. It just has an appearance of impropriety. Again, this would have been what the landowner would have discussed, just notes left behind. Again, there's an appearance of impropriety. You can see a lot of similarities on the left and the right side. Also, again, just the mayor did mention that he did use Mr. Torrey as his realtor at one point, so this is just public records of that. And this would have been the email that the Ethics Commission did not receive. I think you would have received it this morning. The ethics attorney did not have it either, where it does show correspondence before we got to closed session, where a roundabout is mentioned, eminent domain. There's prices already being discussed, all before we get to January to talk about this property. These are the texts that the mayor sent me after I filed the complaint.
This is not in your disclosure.
And then this is just, if you do the bullet points, the improper economic benefit, I gave you all the disclosures for all that. And now I'm just going to get to my reading. Members of the commission, when you remove all the formal procedures in this trial and filter the noise, this case is simple. The fact of the matter is a conflict of interest arose in this private interaction between Mayor Travis Mitchell and Realtor Mr. Torrey. There was a point of no return for the Mayor Mitchell, meaning he could not make a fair and just vote any longer when this came into closed session. He now had no choice but to vote in favor of using Mr. Torrey, or he would have felt like he didn't keep his commitment to Mr. Torrey, who he directed to work and find the sellers and negotiate with. And that's why Mayor Mitchell had to speak up to represent Mr. Torrey and to endorse him over a national firm, because Mayor Mitchell knew that the deal was about to fail for Mr. Torrey when City Manager Langley recommended using a national firm. And so Mayor Mitchell had to violate all provisions of Ethics 271 to 275 to benefit and endorse Mr. Torrey with high praise to convince all but two council to go along with him. Members of the commission, this is the truth and transparency and how this all came forward. I've had this discussion with City Manager Langley before, when he mentioned to me that some council members need to be careful when they promise something because it puts pressure and liability on the city. And Mr. Langley has stated to me that with the realtor, if you show them property and they touch it for you, then you feel that you owe them something, or the realtor also believes that that's his or her listing. This case should be judged on the preponderance of evidence. Just for the public, what that means is not whether you like or don't like the evidence you've seen. It's about how much of the evidence is relevant in this case. Once you have met your threshold, that means that you've proven the preponderance of evidence. If it's 50-50 and it just tilts one way, you've met that standard. I must also be resolute to this committee that when you review this preponderance of evidence in this trial and decide a verdict in violation of ethics provisions 271 through 275, against Mayor Mitchell, that you go back and examine an open meetings violation about advancement of private interest. Closed sessions are not designed to further personal agendas, shield decisions from scrutiny, and advancing private interest at expense of public transparency and accountability. You can look up that that violation. Also, I would like a request to look at enforcing Ethics Code 2306. That says that if a violation in any provision from 271 through 2179 is violated, as in this complaint, the council must vote to ratify or void the contract. That means that there will be a chain reaction based on y'all's decision. I would like another ruling on that matter as it applies to this case. And also, we need to review the enforcement of provision 2308 because it is also triggered by your verdict. This provision applies to any elected official or employee that had knowledge of a violation supported by evidence that an unreported violation of the ethics had been committed and who intentionally failed to report. The provision addresses the penalties under City Ordinance 1279. In this case, Mayor Mitchell used his position to create an unfair advantage when he started a private discussion with Mr. Torrey that he regularly meets with and created a conflict of interest violation. This directly and indirectly harmed our community because it creates a cycle of mistrust in our local government and social apathy, learned social helplessness that discourages citizens from taking responsibility for investing in a collective future because they feel that those in power are only there to help their close network. And if you are not in that network, then it's not worth the time and resources to spend for the greater good. Secondly, if we allow any misuse of position to go unchecked, then we slowly erode the confidence and trust in our local government. And this will create a future for our next generation to deal with those consequences. We must put our city first, above any positions, as it is our ethics code to do that. Our community deserves better from our leadership, a leadership that doesn't enable a culture of mistrust, but rather that serves everyone and cultivates accountability and meaningful transparency for our city. To be completely honest, I've received nothing short of this criticism for bringing this complaint forward. I have nothing to gain from this trial, other than a large risk of failure to my credibility and integrity. But I am willing to come forward and not be intimidated by any title or position of our city leaders. A case such as this has affinity to create pushback and retaliation to compel individuals to remain silent, and in most cases, that is the outcome. However, in this case, it was too important for me to disregard because I knew deep down I wouldn't be able to feel confident to look at my community in the eye and tell them that I've done the best I could for them if I simply chose to ignore all of this. When I took an oath to serve this community, it was something I took seriously. It is my sworn and elected civil duty to close the gap between those in power and those of our community. And that can only begin by being transparent with our residents. And that is the reason why I am standing here today. To come and present in this trial format is something new and unprecedented for our city. And we should all be proud of and embrace this because we now have a transparent path forward where both the complainant and respondent get a fair opportunity to present both sides of the case. I am proud of the effort I made to hold any elected official accountable to our city's ethics code and charter. I want to move forward when this is resolved and not dwell on this past and get to work on the issues for our city that I was elected to address. I have given my full effort in this case because I love this city and I want to lead by example and demonstrate to my community and family that I will always be a person of integrity and a person who will speak up when moral and ethic concerns are raised. And with that said, I have nothing but respect and best of goals towards everyone in our city.
All right. I'm going to be at like 4 minutes, so don't worry. Thank you all for your careful consideration and for your attention today. This is... I do agree with Mr. Zuniga. This has been a first, not something that I anticipated, and only recently did it start to become clear what this proceeding was. And with all of that, even in the middle of a lot of intensity that we feel, because there's a lot on the line for me in particular, I do think that y'all did a really great job. I was nervous about how it would all work, and was worried about rules being able to be stretched thin and used unfairly, but I think that even at times when I was concerned and pursued that, frankly, I think y'all did a good job. So you are to be commended for that. At its heart, This case is about trust, not just in me, but trust in the integrity of this process. Mr. Zuniga alleged that I manipulated the council to benefit a realtor I happen to know. He claims my actions created an appearance of impropriety and that this alone should warrant punishment. But after hours of testimony, after emails, documents, meeting minutes, and public votes, one fact remains crystal clear. Council, not the mayor, made every decision independently, openly, and by majority vote. The fact that I spoke to Mr. Torrey is not a violation. The fact that he copied me on an email is not a violation. I did not manipulate. I did not coerce. I did not profit. I did not engage with Mr. Torrey during the real estate negotiation. I did not speak to the city manager about this property prior to him bringing it to council. I did not meet or negotiate with the sellers. I did not pressure my colleagues ahead of time. These are the types of activities that warrant ethics violations. I simply advocated openly and at the appropriate time, as is my duty as mayor, or as I see it, and then allowed the process to unfold naturally with council as the clear and final decision maker. I ask you plainly, how could I have done this better? How could I have handled it differently? Importantly, at Mr. Zuniga's own request, the city's independent ethics officer, compliance officer, reviewed this exact matter months ago. Her conclusion, no ethics violation occurred. It was an unequivocal opinion. That legal opinion stands unrebutted by any credible evidence or competing legal opinion, even today, even now. Meanwhile, this proceeding has cost a lot of money and time for the taxpayers. It has consumed staff hours and public resources, all spent investigating accusations that, at their core, have been political, not ethical. And yet, even under the most careful scrutiny, even under the appearance of impropriety standard Mr. Zuniga asks you to apply, my actions do not violate the ethics code. I disclosed my involvement to staff and council during executive session prior to their vote. I refrained from private pressure. I received no benefit. I followed the process faithfully. Council acted independently as it always should. In truth, I've spent a good deal of time these past few weeks pondering how it is we got here. Serving on council is mentally and emotionally exhausting. I think y'all probably realize, have a taste of that tonight. This is every other Tuesday for us. You are elected as an individual, but you are forced to function as a group. You have to build trust, compromise, and collaborate, even when you passionately disagree. That's not easy, and it's even harder when anger and resentment take root. When that happens, I've seen how it plays out after serving alongside 20 different council members over nearly a decade. Frustrated officials stop collaborating and lash out. And while I'll be the first to admit that I'm not always the easiest to deal with, I have thoroughly enjoyed working alongside council to move this city forward together. Even Mr. Zuniga at times, although not lately. On the matter at hand, while I have been accused, the evidence simply does not support the accusation. That is the backdrop of this hearing. That's the story behind this case. It is the story of one politician dragging another politician into a hearing and making an accusation using conjecture, strained inference, speculation, and his own definition of the ethics ordinance that I follow. The burden of proof, I will remind you, you know this, was never mine to bear. It was Mr. Zuniga's burden to carry. He has thoroughly failed to meet it. And so I ask you one thing as you deliberate. Please do not split the difference. Do not seek to appease everyone in the room by finding a middle ground. Decide guilt or innocence based on facts. Without a clear ruling today, I fear the pressure on this commission will only increase. The complaints will only multiply. When you do rule, I am confident you will find what I have always known, that I have honored my office and acted faithfully to the residents of Kyle. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we conclude this hearing. And we need to go to executive session at this time, and
Chair Cloutier, I apologize for interrupting, but before we go to executive session, I did want to address something that happened when we were not on the record and just kind of discuss it and ask for an amendment to the rules just to add some clarification. So under the Ethics Code 2-276D, and I want to start this by saying I don't think anybody intentionally did anything wrong, but it is a violation for a member of the Ethics Commission to communicate directly or indirectly with any person other than a member of the Ethics Commission, its staff, ethics compliance officer about any issue of fact or law relating to the complaint. But there's nothing in our rules about discussions with the public or people who attended the hearing about what's happening. And so I think it would be useful for the public and for us going forward to add something, to add a paragraph or a line to the decorum section under 3 that we should not discuss what is happening with anybody other than the people that are listed here in D during the hearing and until the final written disposition is released. I think that that would just add clarity. Again, I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong on purpose or anything like that. I just think that it would add clarity so that way we don't have issues like the blow up that happened about 10 minutes ago. And so that I would move that we add some clarifying language in the decorum rules in our hearing guidelines.
Do you think we should do that here tonight, or should we, make that a point to take care of before any future hearings that may happen?
That way we can discuss the language and clarify that.
A good idea. I like the idea.
I like the idea, yes.
Okay.
And, shows us a moving object that we've just got to, as things come up, we adjust and make, corrections. So at this time, we would like to go into executive session. We're not going to guarantee whether we're going to have a decision tonight, but we want to go back and, at least get started. If it's going to go a long time, we may have to come back. So I know everybody's already been here really late, but I know the parties are anxious to have a decision as well. So with that, the Ethics Commission will now go into executive session to discuss item 3.3 in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071. All right, we're back in session, and we are ready to decide on a disposition on item 4.3, for disposition of the Zuniga complaint. So at this time, I will call each commissioner to provide a vote on whether they have found that there is a violation of the ethics code or if they have not found a violation of the ethics code. So I will start with JD.
I find no violation.
Casey?
I find no violation.
Paul?
I find no violation.
And Nicole? I find no violation. Nancy? So with that, majority rule on this. So the complaint is disposed of as no violation found. And I will now direct the Ethics Compliance Officer to prepare a written form of the disposition that we have come to. And that should be it. And if somebody will move to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I apologize, Chair Cote. I just wanted to make a brief statement. Sure. I just wanted to let everybody know that I and my fellow commissioners went into this with an open mind. This decision was made based on the evidence in front of us and applying that evidence to the language of the ethics code. There may be things that happened that we don't like. There may be things that happened that we disagree with, but our mission today was to decide whether or not a violation of the ethics code as written happened, and that was how all of us based our votes. We did not agree, and that's okay. But I just wanted to let you know that I have confidence that every single one of us took this seriously and applied the code to the facts as we saw them.
And I would say that those text messages, kind of unprofessional, maybe not an ethics code violation, but you might want to think about that. But that didn't have anything to do with our decision. So with that, if somebody would like to.
Yep, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All right. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.